I should probably also, that video came out today, did it not?
What video? Your
Uh,
review?
not my review.
Hey, welcome to my channel.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Does that come out today? Oh, that comes out tomorrow. Okay, good to know. I don't have to post. Good to know. I don't have to post about anything about that yet. Chilling out with the crew in the schoolyard, finding trouble, never looking
Yeah.
too hard. Yeah, thanks for the gift. Jesus Christ, the amount of votes. We've never been able to crack more than 15. Now we doubled that? Son of a bitch.
You're getting popular, boss.
I do not know how to feel about all this. Oop, an ad popped up as the other one finished.
It's fine. You'll be fine.
It's going well, Alice. How are you? Because I had Ichiban and watermelon. The meal of kings. Hey, it's the kind gent that helped me understand the Warp of 40k that just opened to me. Nice. Hi, Knight. Yeah, the fucking chat's working again. Including the goddamn alerts. So if people subscribe or follow or donate, I could see it and I could thank them properly. Because it looked like I was an ungrateful bastard the other day and I hate it.
I'm Theo, the random trans gal in the chat hanging out with boss.
How you doing? I'm doing alright. Hello, love your content. Thank you. Oh shit, it's Raven Minis. Fuck, hi, how you doing? The Emperor provides. You didn't really provide a lot for his children, I can tell you that much.
Zapper's children don't really deserve anything anyway.
Yeah, I think they deserve a lot. I think they have a lot of things coming for them. A lot of things.
Hey, oh boss, do you think the special chaos tree is Emperor's children?
What?
They confirmed they're releasing a special chaos tree early next year.
Probably Emperor's children. Or it's probably going to be like World Eaters or something. The Emperor provides neglect.
Yeah. Cries and Iron Warriors.
Found a Warhammer book in the wild recently. Where did you find it? Good man, just gonna have you on stream while I use ChatGPT to write some code at work. Oh no, don't use ChatGPT to write code! It can't even code! In Iowa? My god. You existed in Iowa? Nothing can exist in Iowa! It is nothing but barren landscape! I was right. There's nothing here. Or is that Wyoming? My dad used to, for his job, he used to fly down to Wyoming. Like, he would do 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. And, oh, that was wild. He just came home and he's like, I'm so glad to be home. Why? Wyoming is boring. Morning.
At least it's not Ohio.
Are you winning, Dad? Define winning. I'm broke, so I don't think that's winning. And I have a lot of time just wanted to say thanks for the videos. You made it easy to 40K. You're welcome. Who's there? Who entered? Who enters my domain?
Hollow.
Hi, Hollow.
Yes.
Got my Ordo Xenos box on layaway. Excited to start building. Awesome. People think Iowa exists. I'm not saying it does because it doesn't.
Counter argument. Ohio definitely doesn't exist. I will sooner.
Good day, boss. Excited to be here. Yeah. I've been looking at books too. No idea where to start. I did. So I have a video on YouTube. I'll show you all. Not my Google account. Fuck you. How dare you show me my Google account? The thing that I need to do everything that I want to do.
So, hold up.
All right.
Something.
All right, chat. Both on TikTok and on everywhere else. You want to know how to get into Warhammer 40K? I made a video how to get into Warhammer 40K. It's got everything from what books to start with, to the game, like the video games, to the tabletop games, everything. I even made a joke. I even had a funny in here.
Look, Pim, I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a
I will
lost
say
cause.
it was well done.
He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
I even covered Imperium Maledictum.
If you want to know, go watch that. That has everything you need. Also, give all my other videos a watch. Please, for the love of God. Judge Dredd versus Space Marine. Space Marines win. Judge Dredd is just a regular dumbass in armor.
No, Judge Dredd's just an Arbites. We've
Yeah,
established
he's just an Arbites, and Arbites are just cops. They're just pigs.
Yeah.
Fuck cops. All my homies hate cops.
We've established that 40K has had very few actually original ideas, but then again, there are lots of things take inspiration from other things.
The Arbites show up to a world. We are the space police. Yo, fuck the police. Not now, Ice Cube.
Oh my god! No, I remembered something. I vaguely remember this, but this is one of those source. Trust me, bros. The reason why Arbites look like Judge Dredd is because Games Workshop was originally hired to make like a Judge Dredd board game.
No,
Yeah.
that's true.
Okay, so I was right. You know, it didn't work. They were like, "Well, shit, we made all these models."
Yeah, we made all
What do
these
we do?
models to just repurpose them. You'd be surprised at how many models they repurposed for Warhammer, both Fantasy and 40K. In fact,
Like-
Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader First Edition was just Warhammer Fantasy with sci-fi
With space.
rules.
It was just Warhammer. It was just Warhammer Fantasy in space because a Rogue Trader is basically just your average D&D dude. Like, think about what a Rogue Trader is, and then think about like what your average party member of a D&D party is.
I've always been curious. Is there musicians in Warhammer? Yep, tons of them. Wolf Sign, thanks for the follow.
There's a whole Space Marine Legion about musicians.
We don't talk about that. But yeah, there is this really cute scene in Infinite and the Divine where the two main characters, Trazyn and Orican, are sitting in a cafe, disguised as humans, and they're listening to a band. And it's actually really cute because Orican's like, "Why the fuck are we sitting here listening to this?" And Trazyn just says, "Oh, Orican, my compatriot, we have to understand and take in the beauties of other cultures. Yeah, but this culture is inferior and insignificant. Why should I listen to them?" And Trazyn's just like, because they have much to offer.
I love the Infinite and Divine. That book is so good. It has all my favorite lines in it, which just
Oh my god, it is so funny. I listened to it when I go on walks and when I'm going on like trips and such. And I laughed so fucking hard when I went on vacation with my friends and my wife. Cause I got to the scene where Trazyn has to decide between getting the the special MacGuffin item back or stopping an orc rocket from launching. and he chooses to stop the rocket from launching and ruining his museum. He runs into the fucking rocket ship, and he sits in the chair. He's like, okay, what's the interface? There's just 2 buttons painted on called stop and go.
Orc watch. No, there's another great line where Orkin looks at Trazen and goes, Trazen, the orcs are trying to board our ship. Do orcs need air? And Trazen goes, they have lungs.
I remember that.
Doesn't really know. No, it's Orc is like, Trazen, do orcs breathe? Trazen, they have lungs.
You'd know that if you'd study them.
No, the best thing is the audiobook, the way the guy reads it, it's like Trazen knows they have lungs. He doesn't really know if they need them. I love the way the voice actor plays Trazen and Orkin.
Did I play Warhammer Online? I did not. I did not have a I did not have my own personal computer until 2019. Like, I had laptops, but like they were mostly for school. I did not have a fully built computer tower till like literally the month before COVID lockdown.
At least you got a fully built. At least you had like options now.
Oh god, yeah. How do you feel about 3D printed proxies? Here's the Union of Warp Spiders I'm working on. Oh boy.
The official answer is GW will kick down his door if he says anything. The unofficial answer is if you're not.
These are actually not that bad. I'd round out the shoulders a little bit, but like, I could take these to. I could probably take these to like a GW tournament, and no one would bat a fucking eye.
Oh, that's good. That's impressive then.
Nethercat, if you're seeing this, I'm looking at these. I'm actually gonna show these. Hold on. I'm actually gonna show these in browser here. So that way I'm not like showing anyone your name. There we go. Yeah, this person 3D printed some warp spiders. Now, I am 3D printing I'm okay with, because like it's not hurting anybody. And I know how painful warp spiders are, because they're all metal still. And these do not look that bad. Like these, like I can tell they're 3D printed when I have a closer look at them. But like from a distance, I couldn't tell.
No, that's really good.
So like
that part,
I'd give that a pass. I give that a pass personally.
I have a question for you, boss.
What's up?
Did you get into 40K first or fantasy first?
I got into 40K, and only 40K. I played Total War Warhammer, but like fantasy and Age of Sigmar just don't agree with me.
Fair enough.
Not because I think they're bad. I just prefer sci-fi.
You know what? That is completely valid.
So, it's not that I hate fantasy, by the way. I do like fantasy. I play D&D, I play Pathfinder, so on and so forth. It's just that I prefer power armor over knight armor. But, like, if you have power armor that's in the shape of knight armor, oh, baby, we're talking. PDX Raven, thanks for the follow. That guy, where's your question? What's your question, soldier? Did you teleport bread? Does Black Library even sell paperback anymore? Yes, they do.
Oh, well, 100% they still do. Paperback's hard to, like, actual paper books are hard to find nowadays. But, like, no, Black Library is one of those places where they're probably going to sell paperback until the end of time.
A thing I found hilarious, thanks to you, boss, in Iron Warrior and Emperor's Children, it goes like people who have seen shit, and then they're in shock when they saw the Emperor's Children. Well, like, because it's such a jarring sight, right? Like, 1 minute you see the Emperor's Children, like, they're regal purple and white and gold, and then the next time you see them, they're half naked and coked out of their heads. Like, that is not what you think when you think Emperor's Children from 30K. It was such a jarring sight.
I still laugh when you made the statement about like, oh, what do the Iron Warriors do for fun? They play 40K.
They do! What am I supposed to say? They
But that
do!
was so funny because they
One
took
debt
like
to society
they
later.
took the jock because let's be fair, Emperor's Children are all like the coked out frat boy jocks.
No, they're not.
And
They're like the preppies in like the fancy clubs with the wine and shit.
Okay, so coked
The
out preps in
Yeah,
frat.
pretty much. They're like
Coked out frat preps.
they're the rich kids. They're the rich kids. And then
And
like
they get taken to a nerd party, and it's like, oh god.
yeah, it's like, so what do you do for fun around here? Oh, we got some in the back. And it's like, you just play children's games in the back here? Yeah. Sometimes we like do like 3v3s.
I would have
Sometimes
with a big orc army, and he's real proud of it. And he's
Sometimes
that
we
guy.
imagine a parallel universe where we're on horses and knights.
I choose to believe that the Iron Warriors have D&D sessions. I choose to believe it. How much information is there on the Dark King? There is not a lot, sadly. It was a thing that was introduced during Wolfsbane, which is like right near the end of like the Horus Heresy title of books before it jumped into Siege of Terra.
The most information I think we have on him comes from the end of the death, which is during one particular scene that I will not spoil.
Yeah,
As far
no,
as that's the only-
I talked about it on TikTok, but I did give a spoiler warning because it's still brand new. And if you're reading Death in the End, it is massive.
The one thing I will say that I don't think is a spoiler, this is my opinion, is that he is the 5th Chaos God of Destruction, and that is the least spoiler thing I can say about him.
Yeah, and this is... like, reading up on it more and more, it does look like, this is GW trying to just quietly sweep Malal as far away as possible.
Because he's still technically canon, but he's also in copyright hell, so they can't use him, because they haven't technically, like, writ him out. This might be their way of doing that.
Oh, my wife is mean. My wife is very mean. So my wife works with like cell phones and stuff, and they just sent me a picture of the new iPhone 16, and guess what color it's in?
Is it in ultramarine blue?
Yep,
Wait, the exact shade of ultramarine
it's
blue?
ultramarine blue.
That's so great. That's funny.
That's mean.
That's
I
funny.
like that a lot. Fuck. It's such a nice color, okay? I'm mad that I can't paint it.
Listen. There's a very good reason why it's standard issue in the Ultramarines. They have a factory that stamps out that exact color of paint.
To become that black color of that Vulcan, do you have to be a form of Nocturne? You just need this. So, okay. So the people of Nocturne do have the ash black skin with red eyes. They do have that. But when the gene seed of the salamanders was introduced to that environment, for some reason it mutated that way.
Didn't it turn
No
like
one
basically
knows why.
black? Like almost like darker than the natural Nocturnians?
I think so.
Like, I
If
know
someone
it's like
did correct me on that, and I liked the comment, like acknowledging, like, yep, my bad. But like, yeah, like that, their gene seed and everything reacted to the radiation on Nocturne. So like, it's annoying. Here's hoping now the heresy is wrapped, we can get the last book in the Beckwin trilogy because part 2 ended on a hell of a cliffhanger. I only buy
You-
Chinese phones now because they won't explode. Oh, honey.
All phones explode, my friend.
Oh,
It's just
honey.
it's just a hazard of the occupation.
So, I know people are talking about it on the Discord right now. And I have, like, lots of people asking, like, why does GW not allow, like, 3D printed models? And, like, why do tournaments not allow them? And a lot of people will say, like, oh, it's because GW's greedy and they just want people to buy their models. That is part of the reason, because they use those tournaments to advertise Warhammer 40k.
There's always a main thing
There
to it.
is minor exceptions to the rules. They did introduce that only 30% of your model can be 3D printed. So like you can have like shoulder pads, helmets, guns, as long as the guns look like the guns that they are modeled, like the stat sheet says. Those are fine. But fully 3D printed models, it really depends on the TO.
There's also the legitimate argument of most 40k game is literally a game of inches, and the tiniest extension
yes.
to your
Oh
base.
my god. So
I don't even play the tabletop, and I know that the tiniest extensions matter so much.
So to explain, because I ran my own tournament and I participated in many. 40k is a game of measurements. We measure in inches. And 3D printed models, because you could also 3D print the bases too. There is precedent of people cheating with 3D printed models. And it's just easier and less of a fucking headache to just ban them completely. Because I want everyone to understand how annoying a tournament is. So you have, at a locals, you are dealing with like maybe 10 to 20 people. At a massive event like Las Vegas Open, you are dealing with thousands of people. Hundreds of them. And matches are quick. Like, each match is 3 hours. You have 3 hours to get your army set up and start playing. So, TOs, they have to work on that schedule. It does not matter. So, the one thing TOs really do not want to be stuck dealing with is coming over to tables constantly, interrupting the flow of the game, because their opponent, one of the opponents, is probably cheating. And it's really hard to tell sometimes, because we have official base sizes. As an example, regular Intercessor Marines are on 32 millimeter bases. And each model has an official size, like they're about yay big. 3D people that cheat, they will cut off like half an inch or like a quarter of an inch. And it's not noticeable unless you are comparing model to model or base to base. And that can be extremely frustrating. Because
And that's basically the TL standing there for an hour comparing it to see if this is a legal thing, and that's now an hour less you have to play.
It's like microscope kind of fucking cheating. And that's the annoying thing.
So it's just easier for them to go flat. No, you cannot have a you could not have a 3D printed model because it's easier for them to manage that.
Yeah, and I understand people's frustration because 3D printing, it is a way for people to get into 40k in an easier way. I'm not disagreeing with that. But as someone who has organized tournaments, who has participated in tournaments, I also understand where everyone else is coming from. Because it does not feel good to be cheated.
Boss, I just thought of a solution to this.
What?
So GW has to like they won't make models that won't sell. Okay, cool. It's really cheap to necessarily theoretically make an I think it's called STC for a 3D print. So the GW easy solution. Let's say you have like Eldar models. Eldar models don't sell as well as Space Marines, but they could make a downloadable STC file that you can pay like 20, $30 for, and now you can 3D print an official GW model that follows their own line. It would be at the very least a solution to allowing some of the older stuff that hasn't gotten
Hard.
printed in years.
If I may-
I have to answer this. I have to answer this. Super Jimmy, you can't have an entirely 3D printed model army. You can't. There is rules, like there is whole rules around 3D printing, but it depends heavily on the tournament that you're going to. Is it a locals or is it like a GW sanctioned tournament? The GW sanctioned ones are going to be way harder on you. Like they're going to be microscoping you. Las Vegas Open microscopes your shit.
That's what I was thinking. If they wanted a solution around this to make because a lot of people would just be happy if it's just, hey, we would like updated models from my favorite Eldar army. If they would sell like an STC or whatever that a person with a 3D printer could print the exact schematics of an official model and just sell that for like some of the models that don't.
The problem is once you have the file for those, right? You can share those.
Yeah,
and then other people are going to be able to print them. And even if they make it so you can't sell the files or share them, the problem becomes then people without 3D printers are now out of the model, right?
Yeah.
So, as well, someone asked, like, why would people cheat? The Las Vegas Open's first place prize is $5K.
Yeah, there's money on these like bigger.
Second runner up gets $2,500. That is no small amount of money. So when you are
on top of that, you can get invited out by GW to go see GW itself over in the UK, which is a big thing for a lot of Warhammer fans.
So yeah, it's a lot of people are desperate. Cheaters, they are desperate for a win. It's either they can't see all the angles that the people that are winning are seeing, because like when you watch a Las Vegas Open game, like when I watched like the finals for Necrons versus Eldar last year, it is terrifying watching these motherfuckers work. They are going fast. It's not like they're taking like an hour to think their strategy through. They got 3 hours. They are looking at all the angles at lightning fast speed and doing calculations in their head. It's like watching a supercomputer. It's terrifying. And,
yeah, no, it's genuinely scary watching some of these people do these tournaments.
And when people cheat, they can't keep up with that. So they're trying to find other ways to get an advantage. Six Bar, thanks to the sub.
I hate to put it this way, they don't have the brain power, and I mean that in the nicest way, to like think on that level, so they're trying to get another edge. It's like
a lot of the reason that people cheat is because they are aware they'll never be good enough to win naturally,
which is really stupid. Because a lot of the pro players will tell you, like a lot of the people that are winning these tournaments will tell you, I literally just sit here in theory craft. It is literally just sitting here and writing down charts.
But they don't want to do that. They don't really want to put that amount of time in to get that good. So it's like a shortcut.
Another thing that a lot of people don't understand is to actually be able to play at this level, you have to know every little detail about your army and their matchups. If you
that
don't
takes hours.
know, it takes weeks and months of just reading and
you need to have also a general knowledge too.
Oh, sorry, Raven. One sec. Some people want to circumvent the road to success. It wasn't the delay. They weren't appearing to restart the app. Fuck. Shit. Sorry. Where are you? Oh, there they are. Okay. But what is theory craft? So essentially, when you're going into a tournament, when you're building your 40k army, you are trying to figure out what is the best strategy for victory for your army.
What can handle the most nuance of different
You need to-
factions?
You need to know every little thing about your army, and in my opinion, you need to have a passing knowledge of any army you could face. You need to be at least have a
the
somewhat knowledge.
the pro players in my town, they have the consistent rule for them is if your army cannot kill a knight turn 1, you are not going anywhere in a tournament. Period.
That's
And that's
terrifying.
But that's not
terrifying, but it's
wrong.
impressive.
That's
It is not wrong.
that's
you have
something that
you have to
is-
plan for everything, every scenario. I.e., can I kill my opponent? If I can kill him, how fast can I kill him? Can I kill him fast enough to secure the board? Can I secure the board if I don't kill him fast enough? Or what if I can't kill my target? Can I still win by board control? Can I play the objective better than my opponent? Can I hold those objectives longer than my opponent can kill me? Etc. 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 Etc.
Can I
Example that popped
outmaneuver
into
my
my-
opponent based on just what they're fielding?
An
alone
example that suddenly
is
popped into my
biggest thing.
mind is I was watching some of Adric's old videos, and they mentioned, oh yeah, Bricky went to a Las Vegas Open, and he was playing Night Lords. Night Lords aren't that great of an army, but granted, this is in his own words, he did better than expected.
He went
It's being
2-4.
able to play-
He went better than the average.
Oh yeah, no, it's being able to play an army no matter what that army is, and being able to do moderately well no matter how bad the army might is. Now, granted, some armies are just
I
not
just had to
built
accept what my opponent told me about their.
to
Yeah.
power crap. That's the
It's-
problem, but being able to take a below average army and do better than average, basically.
The best players will know their army inside and out, along with all the averages. Now, someone could also just get really unlucky and roll very shit. That is also something that a lot of pro players take into account, and they try to minimize the amount of rolls they have to make. The more
Yeah, it's
rolls
like
you
Or they
have
try
to,
or they try to minimize how impactful those low rolls can be.
exactly.
The best
It's like-
gamblers work to minimize either their amount of rolling or try and
Nordwing, thanks
the
for the
word?
follow.
This is why,
pin down.
like, the joke
Well-
about orcs with the amount of shooting they do is, yes, a very comical joke, but it's one of those things that keeps them as a competitive faction at all times.
Because they're just rolling so many die. It's the simple statement of it's the guardsman method of I'm shooting so many bullets at you, one of these is gonna be a headshot.
It's why orcs are fucking terrifying if someone's good with them and has the correct list.
Like they're built to be accuracy by volume of fire, and if you know how to make that work, you have a terrifying army.
It is
One thing I particularly don't like about tabletop Warhammer is certain armies really struggle at holding objectives, and some of their matchups really require them to play the objective more than trying to kill their opponent.
Yeah.
So you really gotta fucking wing it out your fucking brain to come up with a plan that's going to work. Because by the time you know who your opponent is, your army is set. You've already written up your list. It's already been confirmed. Like you are.
Modified. You have to make a well-rounded army.
Yeah. And
Like, custodians are custodians when you build them, their point costs are so high that you make a small army. It makes them not so great at holding objectives. So you have to build around the idea of I'm not really going to be able to hold objectives because I don't have the models for it. I need to build for other win cons. It's like building. It's like building any kind of thing in a deck building game. You want multiple win conditions. You want to be able to compensate for any flaws in your builds.
Boss would
And
go into
minimize.
tournaments. I go to locals because I have no money to go to official tournaments, but I really desperately want to. But I've watched plenty of them and talked to
expensive.
plenty of them. And I ran my own. And it is brutal. Like, how much is a Las Vegas Open ticket?
It's a Grand Pop's 5K. That means each ticket has to cover all the expenses of the revenue they're renting, plus a bunch of other stuff, and the Grand Pot. So, oh boy, is that ticket expensive off the top, just off the like rough math.
If you want to just enter, it's $25. If you want to play, it's 115.
Going into the-
Hold on. A ticket to this year's, okay, is $205
Oh shit.
a ticket.
to play or just to get in to watch?
This is for the event.
Are there 40K art contests? Yes, we actually have a very famous one called the Golden Demon. It
I'm
actually had a
looking at it
massive.
right now. LVO 2025 40K Championship, 3-day event, 3 rounds of play, Friday and Saturday, and a top cut with a 4th round on Saturday night. On Sunday, the top 8 players compete to determine the champion.
Yep, it's brutal.
You were mentioning the art contest?
Yeah, Golden Demon. It is the official GW painting competition. Winner gets money and a literal trophy of a Golden Demon. It got in heat last year because the person that won last year used AI art to make his design better.
Oh,
And
no,
that
no,
was controversial. And the worst part was the judges didn't even know.
Okay,
I
so
will argue
That's terrifying.
so the LVO 2025 4K Championship ticket only, is $115. The package,
Smell you.
which
was that?
includes ticket, 3-day convention badge, exclusive tea, exclusive magnet, pint glass, and a mystery item, is the $205.
Yep.
So a ticket to this event that covers just a convention entry badge for 3 days is $25. That's what you guys are thinking of.
Yeah, and
That's to walk through the convention. That's not to watch the tournament and
Oh,
be
God.
in that area.
it's brutal. But
Yeah, it's
they also
25%
the reason why it's so
field.
expensive is because GW also uses the Las Vegas Open to advertise new models.
I also want to point out that this championship ticket, even though it's $115, gets you all 3 days of viewership of all the matches. So that is because each other one is sold by the day if you want. And those are 25 a pop. So by the time you get your convention badge and you go all 3 days, you're spending what you'd spend on the ticket. Just to go watch.
And that's not, yeah, Raven Minis has a point here, and that's not to mention the judges or staff mishandling entries resulting in them being broken, or not communicating that to artists and then disqualifying entries because they're broken. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah,
Golden Demon actually had to release new rules for this year after the debacle from last year, and essentially you cannot use AI art at all. Period.
Yep.
If there's even a fucking hint or whiff of it, you will be disqualified.
If they
Yeah, I
think
think
that there is
so.
AI art and they're putting stuff through scanning programs now to make sure it's not, which I found was interesting.
I think that's very fair
They have
given the context of what
Actual
the
programs that they're now running, and it's not just GW that's doing it, other companies are also doing it. Because the fan submission art, they don't want the wrong people to get the rewards because their art was picked.
Yeah, and
It's a really big thing.
It's like it's living a
Konami-
death space. It's
Konami
it-
just had a really big issue because of that.
yep, including
Because they
Pokemon.
had somebody. Yep. Nintendo's dealing with that. But the Konami one I'm bringing up is because they had someone win their art style to go onto an alternate art for a card, and they had to scrap it
Super,
as they were about to launch it
Super,
because they confirmed it was AI art.
Let me answer this because someone's asking. So if you don't use the official models and paints, you don't have to use official paints. You don't.
You can paint them whatever
You can
want
paint
as
them
long
with
as
whatever
it's-
you want, however you want. And I know in the Las Vegas Open, at least, they have a rule where it's like, you can have 3D printed details for your model up to 30%.
Like, you can have helmet changes. You can have like
Shoulder pad changes or like
really simple stuff that is
It can
singular
only be
piece.
30%.
You
It has to
can have
mostly-
all the stands for all your models be 3D printed and customized, and that's fine. But they cannot be bigger than what the mini is supposed to sit on to begin with.
where is his models? I remember Arbiter Ian having like some custom made ones. Yeah, here it is. So this is from shit. I'm sorry, I'm trying to grab it. Here we are. Okay, so this is from Arbiter Ian. He's a YouTuber and he does participate at tournaments. He plays Horus Heresy. And these are his word bearers. And people are like, and these are 3D printed helmets. These are perfectly legal and perfectly fine. These are perfectly fine. Like, this is the best example.
They don't really change the important details about the model that matter, which is face stance and things that, like, you having it to be like making a weapon look like something else can give you an unfair advantage. Having a base that's slightly larger can give you an unfair advantage. It's detail work that wouldn't give you any physical advantage.
Exactly. And something else that was also brought up and is a very good point, information by glance. So what does that mean? So when I am looking at your army, when you are looking at mine and I'm looking at yours, we have to be able to tell what the fuck we're looking at, so that way we're not playing a guessing game. And I don't have to sit here and ask you to pull out your book and tell me exactly what that model is, because that's wasting time.
Another thing, too, is when you paint your army and whatnot, you need to make sure that the details are clear, because there's people who in the past have made their shit very blurry and have tried to switch codecs mid-tournament, claiming that it was something else.
Yep, it's annoying as shit. We do have scummy people like that.
So if you want to do certain paint jobs, you need to make very clear what the emblem is on the units or the primary color stain at all times, so that when they see that and then they look at your codex, there's no mistake.
Eternal Clam, yes. So it's for fairness and also convenience. Because remember, you have 3 hours to get your game done. And a lot of people are like, 3 hours, that's a long time. It's not.
No.
It's not.
No,
It is.
You take 10 to 15 minutes on a long turn.
At my tournament that I ran, I had players not even able to get past round 2. There's 5 rounds in a 40k game. They were not able to get past round 2.
I've played games between like Tyranids and Guard, which have a ton of models, 6+ hours.
Does that apply to Space Marine 2 Online? No,
Finish
this applies to the tabletop game.
Yeah.
My cousin was in the military, and a drill instructor gave him a very good piece of advice about rules. Is that every rule that we have here, you may think that's really stupid. Why would someone do that? We have that rule because someone was dumb enough to do it.
Yeah.
Like, guys,
Like,
we have ways to catch people cheating with dice. The most funniest one, like the most recent person that tried to cheat with dice, he tried to get away with it by flushing his dice down the toilet.
They found them.
Fun fact, dice do not agree with toilets. He tried to flush them, they didn't go down. And what's even funnier is that when the idea for finding out which dice is rigged is you put them in water and then you watch what side they face up on.
Salt water specifically.
Salt water specifically.
That's how you test D20s for whether or not they're going to be a good random roll.
Were the dice weighted? The dice were heavily weighted.
Sometimes there are imperfections in the dice. That's not the player's fault. If that can happen, but a lot of times the
thing is if your dice are rolling unusually high and consistent, they're going to check. Now, if
Yep.
your dice have a manufacturing design that causes them to roll high, they will make you switch out your dice with something that they have.
They will not disqualify. They will give you, here are official printed dice that are fair, which is like which the idea being that, okay, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't know these had a manufacturing error, you know.
Because there's
And
a
if
clear
you-
difference between manufactured and weighted
So
dice.
I found what happened. I found it. Okay.
Because weighted dice won't roll low worth anything. Like,
So-
you could physically try.
Here-
Won't.
Here's the official story. Basically, a player at a 40k tournament was running a particularly strong, read overpower Eldari army, and had a ripper run of luck with rolling for first turn, dropping mad sixes like they were like they were plates at a Greek wedding. This luck in getting first turn, when combined with a robust army, was seeing decisive victories. That was until he met an opponent who questioned his dice and asked if they could be tested. At this point in the story, the order of events changed from person to person, but here are the cliff notes. A tournament organizer is approached, and the dice are questioned. The tournament organizer agrees that a salt bath can be done to test them. A floating dice should show no bias for a particular face. Dice owner makes a point that it's silly that his dice will be questioned, offers to simply forfeit so they can avoid the whole malarkey. No one who is winning that much will ever forfeit. If they're choosing to forfeit, something is very wrong.
And
It's a
something
clear
I wanna-
red flag.
Something I
It's
do
an
want to point
immediate-
out is when you test dice in salt water, okay? If it's a manufacturer error, it's going to hover between 2 faces or 3, depending. And that's how a lot of people avoid getting in trouble when they have issues with their dice they didn't know about, is because it doesn't sit directly on a specific number. Well, it's floating.
Luna, Honey Badger, thanks for the follow. And Super, don't worry, I'll show you like what 40k stats look like. Dice owner excuses self to go to the toilet while someone else is sent to procure salt. Dice owner returns, and dice are nowhere to be found. Another tournament attendee announces that a toilet now seems to contain a pair of dice that are too heavy to flush away. And yes, there is photo proof.
Absolutely.
There is
If you're
photo
gonna-
proof.
If you're
There it
gonna
is.
do that, throw them in the trash. That's easier to get rid of.
No,
They check the trash.
they check
Oh.
everything. It's actually Magic that did actually made this precedent, because one player cheated and said they brought in a different card from a different set that was like the same card, but it was from a different set, so they couldn't use it. And so when he was questioned about that, he's like, "Oh well, I had a fourth one, but I threw it out because it was damaged." And they said, "Okay, out of the 5 trash cans that are at this event, which one did you throw it in?" Always
couldn't
check
answer
the
that.
trash.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, just want to say, love your 40k videos. Just started reading 40k books. Thank you. Look at
So,
Scott cheating with
if-
weighted dice. Looks at the toilet.
If I understand this correctly, he tried to flush the dice down the toilet, and they were too.
They were
weighted
too
heavy.
heavy. So
They
when
wouldn't- they
when they
wouldn't-
flushed, they wouldn't go
If
down.
those dice had been thrown in a salt bath, it would have been very, very bad.
Yep. He.
Yeah.
By the way, cheating at a tournament gets all of your results disqualified, and it's even more of a fucking headache for the TOs. Like, you want to ruin a TO's day, you cheat at a tournament. Because not only does it disqualify their points, it disqualifies the points of their opponents. Because it wasn't a fair game. So now their opponents are screwed out of points.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't just give them 100 points. You can't do that. Because then the people that weren't cheated, that did earn those victories, are just like, oh, so now I'm being punished because someone got cheated? Like, what the fuck?
Yep.
And that's how you get jumped in Vegas, folks.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah.
and trust me,
I wish
you have
that was
not...
a joke.
You
I
have
wish
not
he
met
was
the,
joking about that.
you have not met the rage of a slighted player. You have not met that rage.
You think
I-
the casino
Like, as an
gamblers
example,
have
right now,
won.
I'm meeting that rage because at my event, one player, they brought an extra 10 models by accident. But when they immediately realized their mistake, they came to me personally, like walked up to me after telling their opponent their mistake. They came to me and said, here's my fuck up. Here's all the evidence. I'm so sorry. But my event was not an official one, nor was it meant to be like this big old heavy competitive tournament. It was a event to revive the community, and in the spirit of good community, he did do the right thing in telling me his mistake. He fessed up. He didn't hide it. He told his opponents immediately what happened. He still needed to be punished, and we docked him points for that.
But it's the fact that he came up and didn't try. He owned up to the mistake. That's,
Yeah, I'm not
that's
going to
the
disqualify.
difference.
I'm not going to disqualify someone for a fun event. I am going to tell them though, we are docking you points, and you cannot win the event. Period. Now he did come runner up, and there's nothing I could do about that because how points played out, it was literally a difference in like 5. I literally couldn't do anything about that. So he came runner up. He didn't get like any prizing, but like he didn't win. And
now, I want to point out, there's people who would have that happen to them and lose their shit and proceed to make everyone incredibly unsafe at those events.
yeah, and I'm being accused of favoritism because of that. And note, I handled that the best way I could.
People
You
are
know, they
stupid.
went on a mistake and owned up to it. It's the fact of like, yeah, that's unfortunate. I'll point check out. But then you're gonna have people who are always gonna be like, hey, complain.
Yeah, and note, to the people that
and the
are
thing is, when
complaining,
it's
I'm
a
not.
difference of points like it was.
And just to
You know.
point out, like the people that are complaining, yes, I am personal friends with this guy, but at the same time, oh my gods, thanks for the follow. I am friends with the guy that came up to me, but at the same time, I told everybody, if you have a problem, bring it up to me. Please talk to me. Because I want to be as transparent, as clear as possible. I told everyone to
Honesty
do
is
that.
important in an event.
Yep. If you had a problem with it, you bring it up to me. If you feel like I wasn't harsh enough, I'll explain my reasoning to you, and I will work it through with you. If you feel like I wasn't harsh enough, okay, then I would like to hear the opinion. Like, how harsh do you want me to be? And note, for a fun event.
This is not a big event with like 5K on the line.
If this was a 5K tournament, I don't care what the excuse is. If there is that money on the line and GW is breathing down my neck, no, you're disqualified. Period. But this is a fun event, and mistakes happen at fun events. I don't know how people have points issues. There's too many tools out there to mess up.
It just happened.
It just happens. He hit duplicate twice on Battlescribe. And he did
Which
notice
is
that,
very easy to do.
and
on
And
Battle
no
Cry.
one's ever fucked with that shit. Let me tell you what. The amount of misclicks you can have. Huh.
and it's annoying. Trust me, he was literally like 2 points over.
It's one of those things where, in my opinion, dealing with like for fun tournaments, people who get really, and I mean like really anally upset at for fun tournaments. I'm not talking to folks who get reasonably upset. I'm talking like the Karens who scream at the other team in a
And again,
Pee-wee base.
And again, it wasn't the mistake. It was his honesty. It was the fact that he was honest to his opponents first, and then came to me.
That's the important notion.
That's
there.
the
It's fact that
important- That's the important thing.
He did not attempt to flush his computer down the toilet.
I just want to point out, when you lie in those circumstances, regardless of the tournament, or the
And,
situation.
and by the way, I just want to point out one more thing so like people have no shadow of doubt that I'm playing favorites. My brother played in the tournament. My brother played in that event. And my brother got fucking destroyed. I did not show any favoritism to that motherfucker. Much
Right.
less anyone else.
What did he play against that wrecked him?
So he played Tau Empire, and he went
Oh,
up
yeah, he
against Gene
deserved the
Stealer
loss.
cults. So how the tournament went, we had 11 people, so we had an odd number. So someone had to take the bye, which means that you get 50 points, and it counts as a win. But you don't get to play. Then his next match after that, after his bye, was against Gene Stealer cults.
Oh God, no.
And it's Swarm Gene Stealer cults.
Oh yeah, he was playing Tau too. Yeah,
He got charged
no,
turn one.
He-
He
yeah,
scored, I think he scored like 10 points in that game. And that's because he got
melee.
he killed 2 characters.
He walked into a ranged fight and then realized,
But
oh God, there's
Beta. We started this tournament at 10 a.m. You are not, trust me, it is a more common mistake than you think.
When it's that early and you've got no real sleep because you're just like, oh man, this tournament, I've been prepping for this. Do I have this? Do I have this? No, you're fucked. Dude. You are.
Tons of players
just-
miss the smallest details. And
I just
again,
saw someone comment
and
about
again,
the,
I penalized the mistake. But I kept in mind that he was honest.
I just saw someone comment about the giant Yu-Gi-Oh deck that caused the maximum amount of Yu-Gi-Oh
Yes.
cards in a deck is 60. I remember an image of that. It's so funny.
It was only 2 points over. Yeah, it was like 10 extra Zangors.
Oh, he was playing Thousand Suns.
Yeah, he was
Maybe
playing
there was
Thousand Suns.
favoritism. I'm joking. I'm
Oh,
joking.
yeah. If you wanted favoritism, the dude was literally playing Boss's fucking favorite shit in the world.
Yeah. And again, he did not win the tournament. I told him he could not win, period. That simple mistake costed him.
He still gets to play, but he cannot win. He cannot come out the winner. If the points turn out that way, he would probably have gone to the runner-up because of a very simple mistake.
When we ran events, all lists need to be submitted 48 hours in advance. Yes, but there's also a couple of other factors that went into this. So, my community here where I live died. Like, it just straight up died. Because the owner of the store where like 40K was played at, he was not a good person. I will not go into detail about what he did, but it was bad. And it caused the community to die. My event was meant to be a fun jump start of the community. And there were a few things that I wanted to do, but the new owner of the store requested that I don't do some things because he wanted it to be as open to people as possible. And that's fair. He has a business to run, and I have to respect the owner of the business. He said, could you allow proxies and a few other things? And I said, sure. Because it's his store. Yes, it's my event that I'm organizing, but I have to play by his rules. So I said, yes.
In proxies and tournaments like what Boss ran, proxies aren't a bad thing. They just need to be managed well.
And as I said, and as I advertised on when I made this event, this is a fun event. This is meant to revive the community. This is meant to drive good community forward. And the fact that that player came up to me and told me his mistake, the fact that he was honest to his opponents, the fact that he fessed up immediately and then fixed his list immediately and accepted the punishment that I handed down. Like, he even suggested, like, I am fully willing to, like, just take all the losses and stop playing today.
It's the simple fact that he showed that he is willing to be a good element in the community. Which was the entire point of the tournament.
That shows massively. And I know this guy. So, yeah, of course. It was a simple mistake. He fessed up to it. He fully admitted, like, he even said, like, I will accept the harshest penalty. And I did give, you can't win. You can't come number 1. And we are docking you points. You end up where you end up. But someone asked a question earlier, like, how much dice are being rolled in a game? So I'm going to show you. I am going to show you a unit from 40K. A unit. This is on Warhammer Downloads. So every weapon has an attack stat. Every model in the army has a weapon, and that a weapon has that amount of attacks. So we have a Brotherhood Terminator squad. In melee, if you have a full 5-man unit, they have 4 attacks each. That is 20 dice. Double that if you have 10.
And now you understand why some people use machines and apps to roll dice.
You are not allowed to use those machines or apps at tournaments, by the way.
Well, yeah, not at tournaments,
Yeah.
but like in like, you know, playing at homes against your friends, for not during tournaments. It's like, oh yeah, I have to roll 20 dice. Oh dear.
Yeah, no, like there's a reason why orc buckets exist.
Because like at a tournament, that's part of the time limit. You have to build your army around the idea of how many dice am I going to be rolling. I have 3 hours. That's another point you need to optimize if
So-
you're going into a big tournament.
8th edition orcs. Sorry, my 8th edition orcs.
God, 8th edition orcs.
I had
8th
30.
edition orcs.
I had 30 boys in a unit. They had rapid fire. Well, no, shooters didn't have rapid fire. They had 2 shots each. That's 60 dice. I am rolling for 5s and 6s. I had a special stratagem that allowed me to double the amount of shots.
120.
120 dice.
Hit rolls of 6s produced more shots that auto hit. Yeah.
The max you would be rolling was 240.
Yep.
Yep. It's insane.
Orcs could get that crazy.
And for people
It
not
got
understanding
even
just
worse in
quite-
melee combat.
And for people who can't quite wrap their heads around what we're saying,
So SX packs contain 36
So
dice.
if you've ever seen like a 5-gallon bucket, boss filled the bottom of the bucket.
let me grab like 9th edition orcs, because I also played I played Blood Axe Clan back then.
Wow.
And
I don't mind.
Goth Clan. Where orcs.
And trust me, it can get worse than that too. Imagine an entire army of just Gaunts.
Yeah, I'm
Looking
so-
at you, Tao.
Was deliberately throwing dice at his opponent's models. This was 4th edition. Dice trays weren't a common. Yeah, no, it was bad. But yeah, boys. All right, looking up boys stats from 9th edition. Okay, so orc boys, you have up to 29 boys and a boss knob. Boys have 2 attacks. Orcs got a attack. I played Goth Clan specifically, so I got. Sorry, I'm trying to find all the rules. Where is it? 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 Goth Clan. So, on a hit roll of a 6, I score an additional hit, and I add 1 to the strength of my attacks. Goth Clan could have exploding 5s. They got an extra attack because their Choppa allowed it. You could then also call a Wah. Your orcs get more attacks. So, I have 4 attacks per boy, and 5 for my knob. So that's 29 times 4. So, calculator. 29 times 4. 116 plus 5. is my God. Fucking need this calculator.
720.
121. Then we have exploding 5s on that. And that's not even counting if I had a war boss for rerolls in there. Any unit my boys touched melted if it wasn't a knight. And I heavily crippled knights.
Eternal
They're gonna have
Flam,
with fire.
for context, I've had to roll 500 dice as Death Guard back in 8th edition.
And Death Guard is not even an accuracy by volume of fire army. They're not even a horde army. They're just a tank army.
And note, I was
don't
playing
have to do the full
I was
thing,
playing
like-
brain dead orcs. The entire idea of brain dead orcs is that you load them up in battle wagons and throw them at your opponent. I just
Speaking
drive
of
them up the
Screaming
board.
Lord,
Speaking of battle wagons, I don't remember what edition this is, but I remember an old battle wagon rule of it can hold as many orcs as you can stack on the model.
I think
that was third.
I like that comment on Boss's stream of you can lose to orcs or guards because of time issues if you go second.
Yeah, no,
you
it's-
can.
time was made so that way games would not take forever because of orc and imperial guard armies. And as well,
why
if
does
you
it-
are intentionally dragging out time, you could be disqualified for that.
It is there's a somewhat legitimate strategy of building an efficient army that just rolls so much that you get basically 3 turns, and if you went first, congratulations, you got one more turn than your opponent did before the timer ran out. long as you Intentionally dragging that time.
How do you play Custodes, or can you play? You can play Custodes at official tournament. They're an official army.
Yeah.
They are the they are the quality over quantity lead army.
Yes.
Your army will be the smallest one on the table that isn't knights.
You
Or
custodians suck at holding
or
objectives.
Inquisition.
That's really good at killing.
Inquisition is also gonna have small armies.
Yeah,
Like
it's
custodians is one of the armies where you're not ever worried about holding objectives down. You're more worried about how many bodies you're stacking because that's one of your best win conditions.
Can I find where the Custodes
My sibling actually has Custodes that are like her own homebrew thing, where they are silver, and they're at the North Pole and South Pole of each of the planets in the solar system, and they are painted silver with snow on them.
So this is an official unit you can run in Modern Custodes right now. This is their average stat line. 6 movement, 6 toughness, 2+ save, so a 2 or higher you stop damage, 3 wounds, leadership 6, objective secure 2, 4+ invulnerable save. So if you lose your armor save, you get a 4+ save to try and deny.
Their weapons are nasty.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
they
They
are
are the-
nasty little bastards.
Yeah.
Most custodian armies I've seen, their
The
win
biggest
conditions are
problem
just
with the
stacking
Custodes is
bodies.
if you get a consistent roll, they will nuke anything in front of them. And
Yeah.
I do mean anything.
The reason why they're not doing too well right now is a mix of problems with just they broke 9th edition.
so they get the stick in 10th edition.
Yeah, they got
Unfortunately.
the stick.
Yeah.
They got
Um,
I remember those days.
this
what was
this.
it? Was it Tau showed up in 8th edition, right?
No, Tau showed up in
And
4th.
Yeah.
Well, I know in 1 edition Tau broke the game so hard that they got the stick in the next edition.
It was 4th
Seven.
edition, the edition they were introduced in.
To society.
So back in 4th edition, the strategy is that there was a special rule called Preferred Enemy. It allowed you to reroll everything against that kind of faction. Tau Empire had their Ethereals as a unit. Their Ethereal was extremely cheap. I think it was like 35 points. You loaded that Ethereal up into a transport. You then launch that transport at the enemy, and it's a free kill. So no one's going to pass that up. The tank dies, and then they kill the ethereal inside of it. You have just now kicked the hornet's nest. all Tau Empire back in 4th edition got preferred enemy that army when that guy died. So then you are now dealing with an army that gets reroll everything against you. And they're hiding at the back of the board and they can shoot you off the board.
Like the Tau Railgun has one of the longest shot length distances. I don't remember the word for it. Second only to the Imperial Guard Basilisk, which
Yep.
which could theoretically shoot across to other tables.
Yep.
Because they unfortunately changed the rule of the Death Strike missile of infinite range.
Yep.
That was a fun dumb rule.
It was terrible. And then they got hit in 5th edition. And then they slowly got better again as the editions went on. Same thing happened with Necrons. They were broken in 5th edition, along with Grey Knights, and both armies got whacked in the knees in 6th edition.
Same thing happened with Voton.
It's power creep. It's just power creep. Something you deal
Every
with.
time they introduce a new army, it breaks the game in half.
Yep, and then the next edition, that army will be cut to the knees, and they'll have to slowly build themselves back up to be on level with everyone else. This is power creep, folks.
If I can find the Bricky video, hold on. It's a Sisters of Battle video for like when he brought sisters to a tournament. He can explain it.
Ayo, boss, I have a question.
What's up?
Favorite 40k novel?
Favorite 40k novel? Ooh, fuck. Why do you ask me this?
Because of
Alright, I'll narrow it down. Favorite Space Marine 40k novel?
Arimon Exile. Arimon's my favorite character in all of 40k, I'm sorry.
That's
pretty easy.
chaos. That's chaos.
Okay, now we're getting into.
They
now we're
count
getting
as
into-
Space Marine. No, you can't do that. It counts
Yeah.
as Space Marine.
Alright, so I'm going to show you guys. So Bricky, he went to Las Vegas Open, so he knows what he's talking about here.
Been on for so long, they've grown sentience and a personality. This is what I had planned for, and so I crafted a list, built an army, and played some practice games as the Greater Thurian League. And the games, they went like this. Okay, so I see your Chaos Knight, and I give him a Judgment token, so hits of 6 auto wound him. I'm gonna spend.
So, Judgment
there we go.
Tokens. Judgment Tokens is the Leagues of Votan special ability. They have changed it for 10th edition. Back in 9th edition, when they were introduced, any hit roll of a 6, so when you're rolling to hit, auto wounds. So, like, you don't roll the wound, it just auto wounds.
1 CP to give him another token, so that's 5s. And since
That he pays.
It was disgusting.
He paid a command point, which is a resource that you get in the game during each turn. And he spent a command point to put an additional judgment token on that target. And since his army also could do this, you can put on another judgment token for free.
I'm Greater Thurian League, it counts as +1, so it's 4s to
It's
hit.
because
auto
they
wound.
hold grudges.
Force to auto wound is insane.
You, okay, I'm gonna roll my Magna Rail rifle. And
Here's their anti-tank sniper. Invulnerable saves cannot be taken against that attack.
I remember the Magna
People
Rail.
were murdering Tau players for this. Because the Tau tank, which by the way you can only bring 3 of in a game, got this rule. These snipers could be taken in the regular infantry that you could spam.
I hated the Magna Rail.
And an unmodified wound roll of 6, excess damage that weapon inflicts is not lost. Instead, keep allocating excess damage. The
Again,
only
this-
other model that I knew that could do this was the flail on a Deathwing Terminator Sergeant for Dark Angels. That's how specific that was.
And okay, got a 4, so it hits. It auto wounds. It ignores invul saves, and it's AP 4, so you don't get a save. D3 plus 3 damage, 5 damage. Okay, here comes 3 more shots.
That is 9th edition Leagues of Votan.
And now we understand why they've been like hit in the knees, because as he shows, 3 of them just annihilated Titan. Like that's why Votan's been kicked in the knees, because Custodes weren't even that broken by comparison, and they got kicked in the knees.
What army do you enjoy painting? I really like painting Thousand Suns. I know a lot of people are like, this is painful. Just
Like,
don't paint the fucking lines on the helmet. Just paint them one solid color. You're fine.
Like, I'm terrified to see what Votan book, what the Votan book.
My biggest piece of advice is painting can be as basic or as complex as you make it.
And
Yeah, actually,
that is how fucking wild 40k can get.
That
Right
40K
now,
is crazy.
what is the current top army in 40k?
again, that should. What is the top army?
TabletopTournaments.net. Is it still Eldari? No, it can't be. Son of a bitch, where is Metahammer?
If it's still Eldari, I'm gonna throw something across the room.
Congrats, it's Eldari.
Fuck!
Oh my god, is it?
Okay, last update was from September 11th. Best Coast pairings. Necrons came first, so Necrons are still top dog.
I have a question
What's up?
about tourney rules. So, I'm assuming whenever like a new edition comes out,
Derby
like
6 follow.
everyone gets like a basic rule set, and then whenever you get your codex, you get a more specified rule set. So theoretically, like if I want, because I don't think Leagues of Votan have gotten their codex for
They have
10th
not gotten their
edition
book yet. Okay,
So if
so
I want to play Votan,
how it used to work was that before 8th edition happened, when the new editions came out, you used the last edition's rulebook until you got your new one. That's how it worked.
okay, that makes sense. How do they do it?
Then 8th edition came out and they revamped the rules entirely. So all those old codexes wouldn't work anymore. So everyone got stuck with what we call an index until you got your codex, which is just basically like the basic bitch rules for your army. And then once you got your codex, then you got the more advanced stuff. The problem with that is that while, say, like Space Marines, who always get their codex first,
Yeah, because Space Marines play
they
the
get all the good shit for like the next couple of months, while everyone else is stuck with basic bitch baby rules.
Because I think Bricky said it best. Space Marines pay their bills, and everything else pays for their coffee.
Exactly. So that was a problem for a bit. Then 9th edition came out, and everybody by that time had their book. So we just kept using those books till you got your 9th edition book. And then 10th edition happened, and 10th edition changed the game again. Which means that everybody went to fucking index again, and the same problem happened. But it was lessened because, yes, everybody has basic bitch rules again, but everybody has their own playstyle detachment. So, like, for Thousand Suns,
Still salty about Death Guard.
they got fixed. They placed 9th in, like, the biggest tournament. So, like, so my army, Thousand Suns, we have our basic bitch rules. So, like, this is our army rule. We're not stuck with nothing like we were back in 8th. We got all of this. And then we have the one detachment, which is actually really fucking good. Kindred Sorcery, I can either choose to give my psychic attacks lethal, which means on a hit roll of 6, it automatically wounds. Psychic Maelstrom, on a hit roll of 6, I get an additional hit. Or Devastating Wounds, on a wound roll of 6, you don't get to stop that damage, period. And then we also got like 6 stratagems to go with it, which is how all detachments work. Now, you get your army rule, your detachment special ability, and detachment specific stratagems. That's it. That is all you get.
Which
Along
I
with
think-
relics attached to that, which is 1,000 times better than how they did it in 9th and 8th.
It's not a permanent fix to the problem, but it's definitely a lot better than before, at least.
Love your content, man.
I-
Knits and space puppies here. Nice. Wish I could use magic in Space Marine too. We all do, because I'm a filthy fucking 1,000 son. You know, I remember using Wolf supplement for like 2 years from 7th because it was just released in 8th.
I wish I had Psychers in my Custodes army, but that would make me too OP.
Oh, you can do it now. You can have Inquisition.
Yeah, I could have an Inquisition detachment, but
And bruh,
I want a pure
Nah.
Custodes and Sisters of Silence.
And they did release the last codex for this year. They did confirm it's Blood Angels. And then next year, everyone else is getting their shit.
I want to pick that up because I really want to paint some Death Company.
The Death Company detachment sucks.
I know it sucks, but I just want to pick. I just want to pick up their combat patrol.
I'm looking up their detachment roll right now. Noble Death in Combat. Each time a Death Company model from your army makes a melee attack, reroll wound roll of 1 if that model's unit is below starting strength. If that model's unit is below half strength, you can reroll the wound roll instead. That is incredibly garbage. It is way too conditional. It doesn't help them at all. Oof. That Death Company detachment sucks.
Hey, boss, question.
What's up?
What's your, so we know your favorite Space Marine book. What's your favorite, let's go Imperial Guard book.
he
You're not
doesn't
gonna like
have
the
a favorite
answer.
Imperial Guard.
For me,
I
it's
asked-
Gaunt's Ghosts.
I asked the question.
Kane, Hero of the Imperium. It's
Fair enough.
it's the one where he goes up against Tau and Gene Stealer cults.
Yeah,
I
that was a pretty
read
good
it.
book.
And
I've
the
read it,
reason
and it's the best Kane book.
the reason being
good.
is because the opening. He gets assigned to a new regiment that's been formed from 2 other regiments. One is like the prissy, like, imagine an entire regiment of noble kids who like rode horses around all day and
Not
played
only
like cricket.
that,
And they talk in like this posh accent kind of a thing. And then you pair them with a regiment made from Amazons. Like Amazonians.
Not only that, one unit was primarily like long-range sniper fire, and the other was CQC. And the long-range sniper ones, which did not have as much
Well,
combat.
no. It was. They were both from the same homeworld. Thankfully,
No, they weren't.
That,
No, they weren't. They were from 2 different
Oh.
they were from 2 different worlds.
no, they're from both. They're both Valhallan. What? Just
No.
one.
They're
was
not Valhallan.
logistics.
They're not. I read the book. I know who they
So
are.
did I.
They're not
It's
Valhallan.
Not Valhallan. You
They're
are
not Valhallan.
confusing, my guy.
Google.
Ah,
The fuck did I come back to?
they're not Valhallan.
What his favorite guard book was.
Yes, he did start out with the Valhallan 12. What the fuck were they called?
'Cause they renamed the regiment where they combined the 2 numbers.
Because Kane had the brilliant idea of combining the 2 numbers to get the new regiment name.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that.
But they weren't Valhallan.
Nope, they were. They
They
were
were?
Valhallan. Yeah. Kane enters the stage alongside the support troops from the newly merged 597th Valhallan Regiment of the Imperial Guard.
Oh fuck! I missed that. That's
Yeah,
my bad.
one was just like I think it is either a rear guard logistics unit or an artillery
and then
unit.
No, it was a rear guard like artillery unit, and then a CQC unit. They got
Oh,
Yeah,
merged
fuck.
and then it was, and then the
That-
other
okay.
regiment was a frontline infantry unit.
Right.
That was the
Oh my
problem.
god, I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
My-
that
my
was the
brain-
problem.
my-
That's why they were constantly fighting each other.
Ah, my
Yeah, what's really
brain.
funny,
I'm like,
the
because I hear them and I didn't hear Valhalla.
the rear guard unit was put in had the rear guard's officer was put in charge of the whole unit, even though the unit was meant to be a CQC unit.
What's that, Jack?
So the rear guard had no idea what the hell he was doing, and it pissed off the other group because we're the ones with actual experience in this. The only reason why he's the freaking boss now is because he was the only surviving officer.
Yeah, because that's why Kane he admitted that he was impressed with the frontline unit because their previous engagement had gone up against Tyranids and they still had like half their strength left.
Sorry, I have the cat.
And then we had my favorite scene in there, which is when
Say hi,
Private
everybody.
Kane trying to keep away from a cafeteria bar fight, and someone notices him. He has to go, shit, turns around, clean this mess up,
Yeah,
and then walks away.
So, sorry. I was showing the cat. So I don't know if everybody heard what that person said. I'm sorry. So the reason why the book is my favorite is the scene they described. And in case you didn't hear me, because I was saying, say hi to the kitty. Sorry, I gotta have the cat on screen so people can see them. So Kane is a no-nonsense commissar. He's very much, I just want to get from point A to point B and not get shot.
It never goes that way.
Honestly, he's a self-described coward.
He is a self-described coward. His entire he actually said, if you're shooting people as a commissar, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you
Because that's how you
failed.
flip off your regiment, basically.
Yeah, because
He doesn't like having
that's
to
a
do part of
one-way
his job.
ticket to getting disappeared.
He doesn't like that part of his job, even though he had to do it a few times.
He does it at the end of the book.
Yeah, he does. It's really sad, and he doesn't like doing it, by the way.
Yeah.
So he gets assigned to a new regiment, and he's like, okay, this should be like easy going. I'm gonna grab myself some lunch, and then I'm gonna go to my office and just hide in there for like the entire trip. He gets to the cafeteria, and he sees two people fall over in front of him, and they're fighting, and he's just standing there with a smile on his face, like, as he's
What?
watching all of these people fight, both regiments, and like they're fighting with the ship security too. And so he's just like, no one's noticed me yet. I can get out of this. I don't have to do my job. So he turns on his heel and begins to walk away until the security officer sees him and goes, "Commissar, help!" And everyone stops. All they see,
I stopped
No.
too.
all they see
Hey,
is the commissar standing at the entrance, his heel up, and he froze completely because it's deer in headlights. He has all these eyes on him, and he's like, "Okay, Cade, don't panic. Panic. You're on a lot of fucking adrenaline, but your brain still works."
Well, also, like, I think part of the reason why he's panicking so much, he doesn't have any of his weapons on him either.
He doesn't have any weapons, and he doesn't have any friends there with him. So
it's that scene where Spider-Man's holding a bag of money. He's like, brain no work, trust instincts. He throws the money out the window. Bam.
it gets so much better too, because everyone's like expecting this guy to like start losing his shit, and all he does is look to the guy like right over there and says, "You get a bucket and clean this up." And everyone's just like, "What? What?" They all stop fighting because they're all so fucking confused.
Oodaloop,
Don't-
motherfucker!
Don't tempt him.
It's
Oh,
the
but also,
it's the
I-
rubber duck method of confounding your enemy. You've made everyone
I've-
stop and rethink.
I fell in love with that book because it goes into like the protocols of like if you're like from my experience as a Marine, like if you're a Marine on a Navy ship, your command structure no longer applies. The Navy's does, and they have like there's a whole political thing where they have a trial after this thing,
Yeah,
after that event,
it's
where he has to appease the ship's captain and everything else.
it's a whole thing, but like Kane shows like how much of a political genius he is, and that like he gets it. Like he gets the guardsman's points of view. Here you go, baby. You can hang it up here. He gets the guardsman's points of view because it's like, yeah, no, they insulted them, so of course they were gonna start swinging.
Yeah.
So like, of course it was gonna happen. Of course we need to punish the people responsible in starting this shit. But like punishing everybody is just not gonna work. And
That's just gonna make everyone more mad.
what's even fucking funnier later on in the book, like a whole like conspiracy happens, gene stealer cults. Sorry for a spoiler for a book that's like over 2 decades old. So turns out like the planet they're fighting on, like the Tau, they're not trying to start a fight with the Tau, but the gene stealer cult is trying to start shit with them. And since like knowing like the Tau can't tell human from human because gene stealer cults look human, it was going to lead to a war. But Caiaphas Cain and the Inquisitor he's working with, who's also his lover. Yeah, that's right. This guy's so fucking ballsy. He fucks an Inquisitor.
I wanna point out though too, and I've shared the meme in Boss's Discord. When she asks favors of him, and she asks them a lot.
A lot.
Listen, there's some pretty big fucking favors.
But it's very unwise to say no to an Inquisitor.
I want you to understand.
I think the
A
actual
space
line
marine would
is-
look at those asks and be like,
No.
"Are you
No, no,
fucking high?"
There's a line in one
Hey,
book.
Which
I don't know what
it's
book
it's
it is.
always
It's Caiaphas Cain going. It's never a great idea to deny a woman a favor when she asks for it. It's an even worse idea when that lady is an Inquisitor.
And says,
It's
can you...
even
that
worse
goes
when
that
she-
goes into what I was about to say. Like it's even more hilarious because she never orders him to do anything. She always asks.
which is uncomforting for him. Incredibly. Anytime she asks, he literally freezes up like a deer in headlight and goes, "What is happening?"
The sex must have been the best in the world. I'm just saying. Anyway, but like it was more than that. He actually found her to be very entertaining and very interesting as an individual, and she found him to be like, "Why are you so hard on yourself? You are a good leader. You are a good
Cain
person."
100% has a lot of survivor's guilt because of the life he lives.
Yeah. So the funniest thing that happens in the book, they find out like the whole conspiracy. The planetary governor is a gene stealer cultist, and the Inquisitor, her name's Amberly. She has a refractor field. No, a displacer field, sorry. And how a displacer field works is that it works like it has a chance of working. So it reads projectiles coming your way. If it registers that shot as a kill on you, it teleports you a few feet away in any direction. It displaces you. So the planetary governor reveals like he's got a third hand. And he pulls out a revolver and fires. And so she goes to combat roll out of the way as she like pushed Cain out of the way as well. As that happens, the refractor field, the displacer field, reads that the shot will kill her and displaces her. And all you hear from the other room is her crashing into a china cabinet. And what's even better if you listen to the audiobook for this book, because there was tons of canonical mistakes within the book, because it was written as though you were reading memoirs. They actually got a voice actress to voice Amberly Vale, and she goes through and corrects everything. And they added in a fucking comment from her saying it was a stupid place to put a china cabinet anyway.
Yeah. Which I really liked that fact about like the canonical mistakes, because they could just write any plot holes away with that.
Exactly.
No,
Yeah.
it's 100%. It's 100% Amberly editing it. Because no, we get some great scenes in there from
Oh, we
like
get some great lines out of it.
where Caiaphas and Amberly are drinking and Caiaphas is talking, and then the scene will cut short and you'll get an Amberly quote. There was nothing else happened. He just talked for the rest of the night. Really? Really?
Really? Just talked?
That's honest.
Nothing else.
Nothing else,
Yeah,
madam?
no, there's no in detail on that. There have been people who have questioned her relationship with him, by the way.
It is.
That didn't end well.
It is never outright stated, but it is implied that they were lovers.
My last knowledge of Kane's lore is that he was on Cadia and has been declared MIA, mostly because every time they try and write him off as dead, he usually pops back up alive.
Yeah, he's
So they
popping
won't-
back up again. He's getting a new book.
Oh, he also okay. Because
Yeah!
I have the theory that for the longest time, Amberly basically helped him fake his death so he could retire finally with Jurgen.
Well, after you
Because
stare
she-
down a keeper of secrets and you walk away from that without
Still sane.
still sane. And by the way, I
Yeah,
love like when you read that, like he's talking to a greater demon of Slanesh, a keeper of secrets. And this demon is offering Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium, everything he could ever want. He is straight facing this motherfucker the entire time, but we are in his head, and he's going, and I quote, he's going like this. As he's going, there is nothing you could offer me, demon. You are nothing but scum, and everything you offer is lies. No, he's saying this while this is going on in his head.
Another one of my great favorite notes is Amberly has a psyker as part of her retinue, and note Kane for some reason always comments that she quote has the biggest tits he's ever seen in his entire life, which they must be pretty impressive because he comments that every time he sees her, to which Amberly comments, and I quote, "Jumped up little mutant."
It's, oh my god, they are the funniest motherfuckers in all the Imperium. I can't stress this enough.
Well, the best rom-com in all the Imperium, and I refuse to believe it's not a rom-com.
Oh my god, it's even funnier because in another book, Amberly's not in this one. But he's working with the Relictors. He's working with the Relictors
What?
chapter.
Oh. That sounded like Tyranids for 2 seconds.
And this planet, like the planet they're on, is going to be there's like a space hulk coming towards this planet, and there's gene stealers aboard it. So they're worried that the gene stealers might go down to the planet. So Caiaphas Cain is with the Relictors fleet, and he's like, okay, awesome. They're gonna like nuke the ship and everything. They're gonna like blow that space hulk up.
Nope, we want to board it.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, straight up. He looks at the
Relictors.
Relictors. He looks at the Relictors captain that's with him. And he's like, yeah, you're gonna blow the ship up, right? No, hero of the Imperium. We are gonna board it. Oh, so like you and your chapter, right?
No.
I said
we.
As in, I love the fact that you know what's funny about Kane? What I love about the most about him, he's like really hard himself. No, he passed the Schola Progenium. He passed Commissar College.
God,
he's actually really competent. Like,
Emperor
yes, there's a
bless the
smelly
Scala
blank-
Progenium.
Like, yes, there's a smelly blank like 5 feet to his left. That's definitely helping. But no, Kane's like really competent. There have been other commissars and other captains that have questioned Kane and then noticed how worn and used his chainsaw looks.
Which, honestly, like, if I had all the knowledge of 40k and I was a guardsman in 40k and you told me I had to go and board a space hulk, I'd just kill myself.
Yeah, no, space hulks are horrible.
You're looking at the legendary Caiaphas Cain. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be
Because
fine.
Guardsmen believe
I'm
his
totally fine. Nothing
So-
will go wrong.
The
No,
ultimate
Kane's life is so insane.
you gotta understand like who Kane's character is. He does not want to be fighting. He does not want to be in combat. He wants to be as far away from it as possible. Because he's
I've
a
ever
sane,
seen.
rational human being. Why would you
Chaos-
ever head
you
towards
know-
the danger?
Kane should have been a naval commissar, honestly.
And
His first ever engagement. He's a commissar to an artillery unit. This is where he meets Jurgen. the Tyranids sneak up behind on a flank. He gets in a jeep with Jurgen and drives away quickly and aggressively.
I'm gonna
Ends
go
up
get
flipping-
reinforcements. I'll definitely be
No.
back.
No, he doesn't even claim that. Ends up flipping the jeep and running away, and Jurgen's under it thinking, oh god, that commissar must have a plan. God, I hope he does. He ends up running into another Tyranid flanking, and he runs back to the jeep, flips it, gets Jurgen and is calling in artillery. I need that shit on my ass right now. And he gets praised. I don't remember exactly, but I think the commanding officer of that artillery unit is the only person in Imperium history to ever look at that entire engagement and go, he's a lying, sneaky, cowardly piece of shit. There's no way he's gonna get away with it. And that officer is 100% pulling his hair out, watching Caiaphas Kane's rep just go up and fail upwards because he knows he shouldn't have got away with it.
Kane wants to be as far away from the problem as possible, but every time he tries to get as far away as possible, he somehow stumbles into, like, the grand conspiracy or, like, the main enemy force and rips the throat out by accident.
The core morning is cover for the grand execution.
Like the time he was on a Chimera and the Tau attacked him, and he's like, you know what? We're gonna start reversing, and then there's more Tau.
Kane, no, I remember Tau.
Since
Kane went
since
1v1
since since he's being promoted and being called the hero of the Imperium, what happens? He gets deployed to worse and worse fronts. And so
And he's
he
slowly
can't stop
losing his
succeeding.
fucking mind.
I mean, Kane, didn't he 1v1 a Cornate Berserker?
Yes.
Not by choice.
Not by choice!
Not by
He 1v1
choice.
a Berserker.
No, like okay, so that whole story, what? It fucking kills me. So basically, Kane wound up in the path of a berserker who was cutting through guardsmen, and Kane had the unfortunate misery of not having a wall between him and the berserker when he saw him. And the
yes.
Cornite berserker went, "Ah, a commissar, your head will do." Huh?
One.
Like, Kane literally stopped moving, looked at this dude, and went,
Huh?
"Huh?"
Ah, good!
Wait,
the Commissar's
wait.
skull will do!
Yeah,
What?
like, if I could picture this, it's Kane pointing at himself and looking around, going, "Huh?"
Ooh, me?
It's Kane doing like the classic like.
And the
Bigfoot
guardsmen
pose
are just
and
kind of
coming
looking at this situation, going,
Oh no.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Commissar?
yeah, like there's the guardsmen who know, who are like, "Oh no," and then there's guardsmen who don't, who are just like, "You've got this," and he's just looking at them like,
Got this, buddy! Get over there!
"That is a super junked up fool right now. Who am I?"
I mean, to be fair, there was I can't remember what's his name from Gaunt's Ghost that was able to take out 5 Space Marines
Oh god.
in a
God.
training exercise.
Yeah.
It was 3.
guy
I
because
know it's 5.
the best thing is he blocked. He was
It
bluffing
was,
that entire
I'm pretty
statement.
sure it was 3. 'Cause
I can
I've
look it
seen the
up.
story.
You're
because he
probably
was-
right. It's been you're probably right. It's been about 10
I'm fairly
years since I've
certain
read that
because he
series.
tagged the one, and then he went into the cottage, and they cornered him, but he had bombs underneath, and they were like, "You're willing to sacrifice yourself? One guardsman
said,
for
yeah,
3
One
super
guardsman
soldiers?"
for 4 super
That's
soldiers. That's a damn good deal.
It was
The
3.
best thing
Can
is,
I say something? I am very glad that they actually I'm glad that they actually reprinted the Tanfirsten only models.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, like Celtic.
The other best thing about that entire engagement, that guardsman was bluffing. Those were ration packs. He was bluffing.
When am I gonna get my Caiaphas Kane miniature box? When am I gonna get my Caiaphas Kane mini?
He
Man.
actually did get a mini like a long time ago, but it was a
They didn't-
reward
I
for
don't
like a golden demon.
Damn.
Yeah, you're never getting it. I'm sorry.
How could you do this to me, boss?
How could this happen to me?
Me.
I made my mistakes.
Oh, you know, one of my favorite characters in Caiaphas Kane books is Jurgen, because Jurgen's like a crack shot with his melter gun. Caiaphas orders him to shoot a Prometheum tank. Jurgen fires, misses. Jurgen said,
Which for
"Okay, no
those
problem."
unaware, a Prometheum tank is
Super napalm.
basically a shit show waiting to happen that somebody conveniently
It's the equivalent of
hacked
hitting a
up.
red barrel in a video game.
It's
super napalm. Yeah,
napalm on steroids.
Yeah, super napalm.
Yes.
Anyway, so Jurgen shoots and looks like he misses, and Kane goes, "Okay, no problem. Everyone has an off day. Jurgen, fire again." Jurgen goes, "Why?" Because you missed. No, I didn't. I'm waiting for the Prometheum to build up. He hit the release valve on the Prometheum tank. That's like hitting the release valve on a propane tank with a 308. He hit it so the Prometheum would leak out and make a bigger explosion. And Jurgen's strategy is the most straightforward solution. Caiaphas Kane, it's in Hero of the Imperium. Caiaphas and Amberly are trying to figure out how to sneak into this Tau building, and Jurgen just goes, "Why don't we just walk through the front door?"
Clark, I keep
Because
seeing
there's
you
no
ask
way-
for Tech Marines. I am now going to apply the rule of people who keep spamming. The more you ask, the more I delay it.
We follow the Adeptus Ridiculous rules. Every time you ask it, it gets delayed another 3 months.
Exactly. Because remember, I gotta talk about other factions. I talked about Marines enough right now. I will talk about stuff when I get to them.
You're talking about Marines Malevolent?
Actually, are you ever gonna talk about like the minor Xenos races, like the HUD and stuff like that?
Remember, we want to talk about all the main
I know.
factions first.
After you're done with all the main ones,
Well,
that's kind of
Of course,
yeah.
after I'm done talking about all the main factions, I'm going to get into more details.
Yeah.
I mean, Boss has kind of touched on the Herod a couple times already.
Yeah,
I just want to point that out.
I have touched on them a few
I
times.
just used them as an example because that was the first thing that came to mind.
I
Well,
demand more Marine content. You'll get some in October.
Boss has gotta use that big roller paintbrush to get us a good base to work with first before we can start adding details.
You guys want Marines? Okay. You never specified which ones.
Marines Malevolent Stinky.
No, we don't talk about them.
We don't talk about them.
Have you any thoughts on the Little Sisters of Purification? They exist.
What?
Who?
Huh?
So back in first or second edition, White Dwarf had released the first female Space Marine chapter called the Little Sisters of Purification. Now, a lot of people will say they aren't canon because they are not inside the official Warhammer rulebook at the time. But you want to know how they updated all their shit?
White dwarfs?
White Dwarfs!
Yeah.
I mean,
They they were canon. They do not exist anymore. But
we have the answer for why there aren't female Space Marines. GW had for a little bit their female Space Marine models, and they just didn't sell. And now we
There's
have
actually there's something bigger than that. Hold on.
they are old.
So
Very
they had everything ready to go for female models when they first were doing all the design. The problem is the male gaze, and yes, we can blame ourselves as men for this, wasn't interested. So they said, sure, we're just gonna shove this off to the side and never look at it again.
I mean,
But
have you seen some older friggin' Sisters models?
have you
Oh,
seen
yeah.
older 40k models in general? They all look god awful.
And the
But I'm
old
like,
Sisters of
the
Battle were hypersexualized. Yes.
Yeah.
Big titties.
Remember when chapter master roles were only in White Dwarfs? Yeah, remember the Sisters of Battle didn't even get an official fucking codex in 6th and 7th edition? They got an article in White Dwarf.
That did piss me off.
Yeah.
And I like Sister. I agree. Bold on GW.
I
might
am
be one of the most
I am
prolific
so
factions in all
fucking
of
happy because back in 6th and 7th edition, Sisters models were metal and they were ugly. They were terrible. They looked awful. But then they got
Also,
their new
remember, Kill Team got its start with White Dwarf as well.
All
Doug
right.
Eldridge, thanks for the sub. But yeah,
Like usually, whenever GW wants to test something, they'll put it in White Dwarf.
and see how the community reacts.
I have an interesting question: how the concept of 40K come to be? So
Making fun of the British.
it
Pretty
was
much.
it was a couple of things. It was a couple of things. So it's a group of guys got together, made Warhammer Fantasy. They then made an expansion called Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader. It was to take the piss out of all the super dark stuff that was coming out in the 90s and the 80s. It was taking the piss out of it.
Where Batman's superpower was the power of Glock and money.
Yeah, and we're like overly dark shit like Judge Dredd and all that kind of stuff. It was literally taking the piss out of it. And it played everything up. It played it up. Like it went to like the illogical extremes. Like the Imperium, evil fascist dictatorship. Space Marines, basically no better than psychotic killers. But they're just officiated by the state. It was supposed to take the piss out of it, but then 40K was becoming very successful for them, so they expanded upon it. And then the more and more 40K got popular, the more they were like, okay, it's still satire. We're still taking the piss out of it, but now let's start writing it a little bit more seriously.
Because GW at the end of the day, is a company, and companies are designed to make money. So they're going to do the thing.
Remember, the Orcs, when they first came out, was making fun of football hooligans.
Yep. The Eldar were just Tolkien elves cranked up to 11.
Yeah.
Like, let's take the worst part of Tolkien's elves, crank that shit up to 11, and downplay their better aspects. Because elves be racist.
Eldar. That's just the normal Eldar. That's not counting the fucking gimp suits that are the Dark Eldar.
And then, like, squats. Let's take the worst part of the dwarves, crank that up to 11, and crank down their better qualities. That was the idea. Judge Dredd? Awesome! We have even worse Judge Dredd. Where Judge Dredd at least does things for the vagueness of the law, the Arbites shoot first. They don't ask questions.
Never.
Multiple complaints have been filed against you.
What complaints?
And by the way, I need to remind people are saying like 40K doesn't do satire anymore. No, they still do.
They do. They do.
You just need a reading literature for it.
Yeah.
In the Leviathan campaign book, there is literally them taking the piss out of COVID deniers. There is as the Tyranids are invading a world, the priests and the most fanatical worshippers of the Emperor believe that the alien could never get this close. The Emperor would never allow it. So as literally as the guns are aiming skyward, as spores are raining down, Ripper swarms are piling out of the sewers, the faithful take to the streets and start lynching officers. So when someone tells you there's no satire in 40K, tell them to shut the fuck up.
I don't remember how old this story is, but this is another perfect example of satire in it. There was a bit, see, it's a chaos thing. There was this priest who, on this planet, and everyone was getting really, really sick from this horrible disease, and this one priest managed to kick it. He managed to survive. No one knows why. But he said, oh, the God Emperor saved me, blah, blah, blah. Got everyone together into a big church, despite many people, medical professionals in the 40K universe, which are surprisingly Sisters of Battle, who are surprisingly good at their job, saying, this is a bad idea, stop it. Got everyone together, they were doing a sermon, Nurgle popped up. With a great unclean one.
Hi.
Like, yeah, literally just...
Hi.
That was a great sacrifice.
Yeah, I think it's the great unclean one, the one who drank his pot.
Oh, Kugath.
I don't remember. Yeah, like the barbershop quartet joke that I've seen him being painted as every now and again, because he gives off that vibe.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Like, no, 40K still does satire. The problem is a lot of people are either, frankly, blatantly ignoring it, or, unfortunately, kind of not.
No, you can call
Really?
them stupid. You can call them stupid.
Yeah,
Their,
they're too
their
stupid
reading
to see it.
comprehension has
stupid to see
not
it.
passed the 4th grade.
They're either blatantly ignoring it, or they're too stupid to see it.
Question: since the tabletop is an RPG, can you use an elbow drop? In Necromunda, there is a rule for it. But
There's
in
an elbow
actual
drop?
tabletop 40k, like the actual main army on army game in Kill Team, you cannot. Necromunda, you can.
What's the elbow drop rule?
I think it was like Death from Above or something.
No, like in our real world context, what does that rule mean?
So essentially, you're essentially jumping from a high place and then driving your elbow into somebody.
Oh, like literal. Okay, I thought
Yeah.
it was like, oh, if you bump into the table with your elbow and you knock over a model, that model.
No,
is now
no,
dead.
no.
No, we're talking actual, literal.
Do
Like
you even look for
WWE
comments here? I'm
opera.
looking at both of my chats. What the fuck? Modern Votan are also really good satire of corporate culture and the whole myth of rugged explorer prospector. Yes,
Yeah.
What the-
the entire
no,
Votan is a literal
Vote-
critique of modern capitalism.
The Votan just exists as a critique of modern
Who the
capitalism.
hell is questioning whether or not you're reading chat? Speak up.
NBBTO on TikTok.
Oh, it's TikTok. Oh, that's why.
Overlord Nev is not following. Thank you. Yes, Sarah,
No,
I
it's not
hear
bad,
you.
but I-
One
have to
sec,
give- you have to
I'm
give
gonna refill my
props to
water and bug my cat. Sorry, thought Twitch wasn't popping up. No, it is. I can see it. I'll be right back.
Raga?
The Votan have quarterly conquest quotas. Yeah. No, wait, no. That's one specific league that does that, I think. I don't think every league does that. That's just one specific league.
Why can't we go back to the old Death Strike missile launcher?
Oh, you mean when you could call into a different where the range was infinite?
Yeah, your age was infinite.
Because 40K started taking itself more seriously. I think it's hilarious that the Death Strike used to have infinite range. I still find it funny that the Basilisk range is so far that, technically speaking, if the tables are close enough, you could fire your Basilisk. You could fire your Basilisk on another table.
I want to be able to call up another store halfway across the country and say, "Hey, I'm launching a Death Strike missile launch.
Are there any
Like-
games in place right now?
Yeah, play, place that blast table, motherfucker."
So, who's looking forward to the new Votan novel?
I am.
You can't
I like
be running
Votan.
around being chirpy. You can't. You can't be chirpy. Dad's working.
I like
no.
Don't let him
Father,
tell
I
you.
crave
continue
your
to be
attention
chirpy.
and chaos.
Don't let him tell you what to do. Anarchy, anarchy.
Y'all can chill with that.
We are a socialist democracy in this household, sir.
Remember, Canada. It all
What
goes
is-
wrong in Canada.
I know there's a term for it. I can't remember because I took a government class in college forever ago. There is a term for
government class in college forever ago.
yeah.
You mean
It-
political
there is-
science?
Yeah, but no, there is a specific term for anarchist socialism. I can't remember what it is for the life of me right now.
Anarcho-socialism.
Probably.
Anarcho-socialism. That's
By
what it's
the
called.
way, all
I
Real quick.
cannot with you right now, T-Com, because, like, it... Oh, man.
beta
Which is even-
coefficient. Why does Votan infuriate you if that it's getting hype?
What? League
What?
of Votan doesn't infuriate me. What?
No,
Someone in
someone
the chat.
in the thing. Someone doesn't like Votan. A lot of people don't like Votan because they think, ugh, space dwarves. Because everyone's gonna have haters for some reason.
Listen.
It's okay
every
to not
40k
like things,
army has hate
not
towards
things-
it for some reason.
like,
People
it's
fucking hate the
okay.
Tau.
It's-
People fucking hate the Eldar. People fucking hate the Necrons. No.
It is okay to not like things, folks. It is not okay to start ragging on people for the fact they like something you hate. That's where we start getting into the okay, go to the corner until you can be an adult.
Yeah,
And
that's
use
why I
this
was
in
calling this.
I use it in all of life. That includes sports fans.
Sarah, stay. You're popular. People like you. They like you more than me.
We're getting the Pyre Blaster in Space Marine 2 in multiplayer.
Oh, good. Maybe they can actually put fire effects on it when I burn a fucking nid.
Speaking of which, I'm downloading Space
Will I
Marine
get
2
fire
right now.
effects? Maybe. Who knows? I was very upset they didn't have fire effects. Are Votan now space dwarves? Yes, they are literally
Yes.
space dwarves.
To the other comment, also, no, Votan are not accepted in the Imperium. The Votan
Well-
and the Imperium are both suspicious as fuck of each other.
The real note,
Yeah,
thanks
you
for the
know.
sub.
They're classified as Xenos.
They are.
Since the Iron Warriors and the Votan had a big old fight. And back in the Great Crusade.
Liquid
Yeah,
Burrito,
no,
thanks for
they're
the sub.
not accepted by the Imperium at
So
large.
Oh,
They're considered Xenos.
Okay, people are asking. Space Marine 2 is on maintenance today. They are doing maintenance for the next patch.
Yep.
So be patient.
It'll be
No,
up
good,
in a
maybe
couple
good.
hours.
Maybe
Don't
they'll-
worry.
Good maintenance. Maintenance is good. Maintenance means the game's problems are being fixed.
Yep.
That's good.
Especially since my fucking flag fell through the elevator last time. Fuck you.
Yeah, no, God, I hope they fix that.
Do you want to
So
go to
angry.
Gene Seed again, boss?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I was
I-
about to say, what do you want to deal with? Because you gotta sacrifice one or the other.
Yeah. You either deal with the flag issue or the Gene Seed issue. You can only pick one.
Iron Warrior is the most overhyped legion. No, they're not.
They're not.
No, Iron
They're
Warrior-
fun. They are.
No, Lord,
who said
man.
my legion's the most overhyped legion? Huh?
Oh,
If any legion you could say has like a lot of hype to them or overhyped, I hate to say it, it might be the Ultramarines because oh my god, they have so many books.
Fuck you.
I will argue
No,
it's the
no,
Black
no, I'm-
Templars chapter.
I'm gonna say, like, if we're specifically talking Chaos, Black Legion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, they're the most
If we're
This
overhyped.
is
talking
attacking me on a
loyalists.
personal level, and I hate it.
If we're talking loyalists, you either have the Smurfs, or you have
Or
subchapters
Blankers.
of the Iron Hands.
Or the Blood Angels might be a valid argument for
No,
most
th-
most hype.
No.
no.
I will argue that the Black Templars are overhyped.
Yeah, I said a subchapter of the Iron Hands. Iron Fist.
That's the
Imperial
Fist, my
Fists,
guy.
you fuck.
Imperial Fist. I'm tired.
Iron Fist.
I want nothing more
Iron
to-
Hands. Iron
I
Hands
want
need more
nothing
lore.
more
They...
than to have had the chance to curl up in my bed and sleep. But my animal decided that I'm now going to look at you while you're comfy in bed and puke in your lap.
Yep, no.
Funny.
Even like I hate to. I'm an Ultramarines fan, and even I can acknowledge they have a lot of books compared to some other chapters.
They actually don't. I can look up all their books if you want.
How many books do they have?
Come on. They have 8. Well, no, they have 10. And then if you're counting if you're counting Dawn of Fire and Dark Imperium, like the Dark Imperium series and Dawn of Fire, you're really only counting that because Gilliman is the main character of Dark Imperium, and Dawn of Fire has a lot of chapters in it, not just Ultramarines. But officially in 40k, the Ultramarines only have like 10 books.
Okay, fair enough.
I will argue Chaos has more books, like the Black Legion has
Black Legion?
more books than the Ultramarine, if I remember correctly.
Let's take a look. No, they only have like 2. They have the Tal of
Really?
Horus and
My
Black
bad.
Legion.
You might read them a lot in other books, but
Yeah, because they're the big baddies of 40k. They're the Decepticons of 40k. The Cobra army of 40k.
they don't have books from their POV, really.
Yeah, they
I
have.
would laugh if they introduced a Cobra Commander-esque character into the
Let's
Black
put
Legion.
it this way: the Night Lords have more books than the Black Legion do.
Okay,
They have
fair.
3.
Fabulous Bile has more books than the Black Legion.
Which is even worse!
Character.
Alright, no beta coefficient. The Space Wolves do not have team book.
How tall is the Emperor? As tall as he wants to be. How big is
Wait,
his
no,
dick?
it's-
As big as he wants it to be.
Space Wolves have like, I think, 8 books.
Space Wolves books. Well, if it's not sucking off Ragnar Black Mane, is it really a Space Wolves book?
Well, because they
Or-
have the 2 omnibuses, and then there's Blood of
They also have
Azahheim.
more.
They have 8, along with the most recent one where Ragnar fought fucking Gazi.
Gazgul.
What's my brain just short-circuited? Right. Hey, boss, I have a weird question.
What's up?
So, as we all know, height is very important in GW. You are not an important character unless your height was debated at some point. I heard somewhere that Magnus has the same ability as the Emperor to appear as big as he wants to be.
Yep.
Yep.
So would that theoretically mean that Magnus is the tallest Primarch because he can just make
Yep.
himself taller?
Yes, he chooses to keep himself at that size, though.
Which means Vulcan's now the second tallest because he's just naturally that huge.
Yes. So this is something that I need people to understand about Warhammer 40k and the Warp and Psychers in general. Being able to manipulate the Warp, you could literally manipulate reality.
Yep.
You are literally, you are taking energy from the Warp and changing reality with it. So, literally, when they are casting Fireball, they are manipulating reality to do that. But as they're doing it, they are weakening the veil of reality, which then could allow demons to come through. And it also doesn't help that you are surging that energy through you. It's how, demonic possession happens. The Emperor and Magnus are so fucking powerful. They not only channel the Warp, they can control it. So when I said in the Emperor video that he can literally change his form, not in illusion, he doesn't put a glamour over himself. He does do that, but that's to fuck with stupid people. He can literally change his appearance. The Emperor, we have no idea what they originally looked like. Erda said the current form that the Emperor has taken is not his real one. I.e., the golden shining god, that is not his original form. That is not even remotely close to what he looked like.
Yeah,
Even-
look like
Even
that.
Erda doesn't know what his original form was. And she was his fucking wife.
I always found it funny that the Emperor decided to take that form, but also in the same sentence preach there are no gods.
Mm-hmm.
Which
And-
I mean, the theory that I heard about that was it was Malkador's idea for him to take a form like that because you need to be iconic,
Yeah.
and that is poster worthy, my friend.
If you
Except
have a
Malkador told him
commanding
not to take
presence,
that form.
if you have a commanding presence, it's that much easier for you to get what you want and need out of others.
Yeah.
So
Now, imagine an enslaver getting a hold of Magnus.
Oh God,
no one wants to
That
picture
would never.
no
That
one, no.
would
That-
never
that's one of
happen.
That's one of those things in Trajan's Vault. We hope to God the Tyranids never eat situations right there.
So, the Emperor, when he met Erda, or we don't even know like what he was. All we know is that Erda knew the name when she met him. He called himself Neoth at the time. We don't even know if that was their original name. But yeah, like, that is how powerful these fuckers are. And I see you, Beta. And the problem is that, yeah, they can project themselves to be that big, but Magnus also changed his shape and form.
I mean, isn't
Magnus
the
was
scene-
not born with red skin.
It's
Yeah, the scene where he's
I
coming down
know
to the
it's
very-
really confusing. I get it. He does do the whole projection thing. Do not get me wrong. I know he does the projection thing, but I also know that he changes his form. Because literally in the book 1,000 Suns, he changed his form. He wasn't projecting. I know that for a fact, okay?
He is actively fucked with Arimon by changing form.
Yeah. It's
It is referenced that he has caused Arimon to go looking for him because he can't find him.
he's doing a Merlin. He's being a little shit. But like
I want one time he had to tap into the fucking warp to find him.
he does both. The Emperor and him do both. No, even
But
Magnus
even
was-
before Heresy, he was doing that. I am not lying. 1,000 Suns are my bread and butter. They are my boys. I know Maggie. I know Arimon. I know them. I am dead serious. He could take on any form that he wanted. It was by
The
choice.
only other first captain who has been that vexed by their Primarch because their Primarch wants to vex them, and this is not a joke, it is the Space Wolves. The first captain of Space Wolves looked at Lehman Russ one time and went, "You're not thinking of starting this fight, are you?"
1 sec.
Whatever do
Beta.
you mean? And then proceeds to go on a rampage even
No,
though he
Beta,
wasn't
boss,
supposed to
like-
lead the assault.
Hey, boss, I have a question about the 1,000 Suns.
What's up?
How did they start implementing Zangor in lore?
Okay,
wise?
come.
Just Beastman.
Okay.
It's just Zinch flavored Beastman. Also, I have his abilities right here. Magnus was above all else a supremely powerful Psyker, matched in the Imperium only by Malkador and surpassed only by the Emperor. Magnus was capable of changing his size and form at will, dispatching scores of enemies simultaneously with psychic assaults and single-handedly battling Titans. His psychic foresight allowed him to predict and foresee most events. Magnus's power was such that it was speculated that the Emperor intended to use him to power the Golden Throne. I am not kidding. He could do both. Being a Demon Prince of Zinch just made him a lot easier to do it.
Now he doesn't have to try.
Where are you
when
getting
he does
this?
it.
Lexicanum! A source and site that I trust above Warhammer 40k wiki by a large margin. Because they actually cite all of their sources. Literally, like,
The only
Lexicanum,
stuff you
citing
can't
all their
trust
sources.
Lexicon come on sometimes, and this is just something I've noticed, is the dates. Lexicon can fucked up dates sometimes.
They do fuck up dates sometimes.
That's the only thing I've noticed, and I cannot say how many times I've said, and then I did a fucking excerpt from the book, and I'm like,
Right here,
these
abilities of war gear.
motherfuckers are a year off.
Right here. I got you, homie. I got you. You're not crazy. It is easy to miss that. Trust me.
On top of that, it's not a lot of stuff that we're talking about is stuff that you learn as you get deeper into the lore. So like, it's fine if you don't know it or are confused on it, because if you haven't read it multiple times, like Boss, you aren't gonna
Hi.
remember it.
1,000 Suns and Horus Rising are my favorite Horus Heresy books, but number one is Know No Fear by Dan Abnett.
Like, I won't lie, I'm deep into certain aspects of Warhammer myself.
I
can't remember off the top of my head, but even I get confused.
No one challenges me on 1,000 Suns. I snort those motherfuckers.
If
I am
Boss
so Zinch pilled. I snort the dust.
If Boss could lick Magnus's ass, he would.
I say this
That-
without.
I
I say
want
this.
you to.
I
want
say
you
this
to
as the
fight that.
straightest man I know. If Magnus the Red offered to be my lover, I'm fucking the bird demon. I'm sorry.
As opposed to a Magnum dong, he has a Magnus dong.
Exactly. Because I know that he knows what he's doing. He read all the books.
He's also practiced. Are we forgetting about the stories that he has said have happened?
I mean,
Well, what if Space Marine's favorite sport be wrestling?
Like,
Space Marines have no gender. They're smooth like Ken dolls down there.
What's
technically,
the best thing to look
technically-
for?
technically, they do have junk. Technically, they do.
Debatable.
It's just not anything we'd recognize as junk.
What's the best thing to look for /read/watch when you want to learn more about the Raven Guard /Corvus Corax?
he has a book.
He has a book. Corax book. What's it called? Not the anthology. Fuck you. Okay,
Is it not
Gav
the
Thorpe
Lord?
Corax, Lord of Shadows. That's what the book's called.
Um,
There's also their first book in Horus Heresy called Deliverance Lost. There's Labyrinth of Sorrows. There's Shrike, which is the chapter master of the Raven Guard.
God, poor Shrike. You know the lore of Shrike. That man does not want to be chapter master at all.
No, every time you read the Raven Guard, it's as if they don't want to fucking exist.
Who's more depressing, the Lamenters or the Raven Guard?
No,
I'm
okay.
joking.
Okay, the Lamenters are depressing because of shit that happens to them. The Raven Guard are just depressed.
The
Okay,
Raven
yeah,
Guard
yeah.
are your emo teenagers.
They're your emo teenage rebels. We're liberating you. We're liberating you from your oppressive regime. Yay! And replacing it with our own. Oh God, it's the
Whoa.
Catholic Church.
Yeah, no. We're here to save you. Thank God it's the Raven Guard. And replacing it with our own. Oh God, it's the Raven Guard.
Oh God, it's the Raven Guard.
The Raven Guard or Raven Guard-esque.
Raven Guard versus Night Lords. Who wins? So people think
It depends
Raven
on the
Guard.
situation.
it depends on the situation. The Night Lords will never fight if they do not have an advantage.
Yeah, that's what I was
Now
saying.
there
They're-
is a few crazy motherfuckers within the Night Lords who will, but they're
If we're
outliers.
thinking like-
Yeah, they're
if we're
outliers.
thinking
Most
a straight fight, nah, the Raven Guard would beat the Night Lord's ass because the Night Lords have never really. In one of their books, the main character is screaming at his Night Lords. When was the last time any of you had a fair fight? When was the last time you thought you might lose? It's an entire bit, an entire fucking paragraph. where he's
Exactly.
berating them
The
all.
night you gotta understand the Night Lords, they are not like every other Space Marine. They are scum and they know it. They are
You know,
treacherous, backstabbing scumbags who will throw friendlies into the fire of the enemy to save themselves. They
I'm back
they-
and I'm ready for that Ternosi.
The Night Lords are 100% the kind of people who will pull a pocket sand into a sucker punch.
exactly.
But they do not.
These
Now,
Night
granted,
Lords don't sound half bad. They're one of the more interesting traitor legions. They're literally made up. Like they went from I said it in their lore video. I said it in their fluff video on TikTok. But they went from the disciplined torturers of the Great Crusade, like disciplined. I do not enjoy doing this. This is disturbed. This is gross, but it has to be done. They went from the controlled scalpel to the fucking flaying pit, where their recruits were replaced with people that understood what crime was, what punishment needed to be handed out. So, what did you do? What did you do? I murdered my entire family at the age of 12. And why'd you do that? Because I thought it'd be funny. Welcome
Great,
to the
you're a
Night
Space
Lords.
Marine now.
Welcome
Yeah.
to the Night Lords.
And this is 100% Corax's fault. The Night Lords were never that good to begin with, but they had an element of control. Not Korax.
Conrad.
Conrad's fault. But when
I was about to
Conrad
say, Corvex. How's Corvex to blame for the fucking Night
Like,
Lords and shit?
I
let's-
remember it's in one of the
There's a line from Conrad when he says to Korax, "If you had grew up on my world, you would be no different." And Korax does not have an argument.
Yep.
Like he does not have an argument against Conrad there. Literally in the book,
it's in one of the Horus Heresy books or one of the Terran-born Night Lords. He takes a step back and he like kind of looks at his legion and it's like, what the fuck have we become? What is this?
Yeah, what
Hey,
happened
yo.
to
When you become the embodiment of its reigning men.
Bob, balance that question for you from me.
What's the question?
What's your favorite mech?
From BattleTech?
Yeah.
Bushwhacker. Anyway, here's the question: Are there 20 or 21 Primarchs? There are 21. Alferis and
Emperor
Omegan
made
do not
20.
share a body; they are two separate individuals.
The Emperor made 20. The Warp made 21. That is the end of that argument.
Yo, bro has been filling my head, and now he's live. Let's go. I've been live for like 2 hours. Because like I had nothing else to do today, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want to sit here bored and alone at home. I want to talk. I want to be with people. I was antsy. Actually, how's
Bored and
that
alone.
poll on the fucking how's the poll doing? Oh shit.
I'm
people
kind of hoping Among Us wins because I want
Uh-huh.
all.
Wait, hold up. Where's that poll? I need to vote. I need to vote for Among Us.
Send announcements.
Among Us.
We have 35 votes. Currently 15 for Amogus and 20 for Space Marine 2.
I need to
Come
vote
on.
for Among Us.
Come on, guys. Vote for Among Us so
But
that everyone
I-
can play a
yeah.
game.
Vote for Among Us. I
Everyone
want
in
to
the chat,
everyone to-
vote for Among Us.
I want to create paranoia.
I also have to look
Like-
at
Space Marine 2 is fun, and that would let Boss, enjoy the algorithm a little bit more. But God, some of us would actually like to be able to play too,
That's what I'm saying. It's like vote for Among Us. That way we can have like actual play time. Because I know there's
There's a lot of people that want to play.
a
And,
lot of you who want to play, but the moment that like, say me and TCOM take the first spots, you guys just vanish and don't end up coming through. Me and TCOM are more than willing when we were playing to switch out.
Yeah,
And that's why.
But
Yeah,
it's just
and
that
Among
rule-
everyone lets us know they want to play, so we don't.
but
Among Us
that
can
rule,
support like 15 people, guys. We have that. That would allow.
Lord Frub,
oh,
thanks for the follow.
Like, come on.
It's when me and Shadow are playing with bots. It's like, well, hey, does anyone want to play? No? Okay, we'll keep playing.
They don't release the patch notes till the patch is released.
Yeah.
That's how
no,
patch notes
Focus-
work.
and Focus Entertainment tries to keep a tight lid on their patch notes for any game they do. I want everyone to understand. Focus Entertainment, if there's leaks, it's because they let it happen. It's not because somebody got one up on them.
Yeah, so like they're updating the game. It is a patch day. It's just like every Wednesday where Steam does patches and everything.
Oh, and I do want to say something for anyone watching that is like big on Space Marine 2. Okay, you're gonna see content creators right now trying to like blow the game up in a direction that it doesn't need to go, and say like it needs a monthly update cycle, new maps and stuff every month.
No.
Ignore those guys. All right, they don't understand that monthly model does not work.
It doesn't. It only works for Fortnite because of literal torture on the devs.
Yeah,
On top
it's
of that,
forced-
the
it's-
engine
if-
that Fortnite is built on is very specific, and when you're adept at doing anything on that engine, you can do it quickly. It's not fun, but you can get the job done. Focus Entertainment's engine that they built Space Marine 2 on, it's why they're giving us vague answers on everything. It's because they extended release date before we finally got to play the game. Because it's that much you need to do to make sure nothing breaks the wrong way.
In 2023, Epic Games had a 22.6% turnover rate.
No.
That's terrible.
We do not need more games to be like Fortnite, guys. games are fine. It's okay
I-
to be different.
I would have preferred it if Space Marine 2 released with its first season as just regular fucking content. I would have preferred that. It would have made the game a little bit more varied and a little bit more interesting and gave us a lot more to do. And then it would help tie us over for like season 2. But like
I want to point out to everyone who also wants to complain, is Space Marine 2 came out as a full game, even including the early access. It was a fully working game with
When was the last time that happened?
with the issues plaguing it being the fact that the game itself was stressful on certain units of PCs and consoles. That was like the only issue. The servers weren't having issues really. There was a
what's coming out
couple
in
issues
December?
here and there, but the servers were fine. The game, for all intents and purposes, only had issues with the consoles running it. That's huge.
nope, I would not have released Space Marine 2 in like December
One
or
debt
November.
to society.
I would not have
later.
done that.
No,
Uh,
anyone saying that doesn't understand. That's when the AAA companies.
Yeah, no, the
Usually
games that
their
are coming out.
releases-
I'm gonna list off some names here. Games coming out in
One debt to
2024:
society later.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Mario and Luigi Brothership, Silent Hill 2 remake, and Legend of
If
Zelda: Echoes of Eternity.
Oh, the
If you
Yeah,
want a
no.
reason, if you want an example of why you do not release in between two major like other
Titanfall.
big games, look at Titanfall 2. Look at Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 is a very short game. I love the game. It's a cult following. It released between Call of Duty and Black Ops. When was the last time you heard about Titanfall 2?
No, it released
Besides
between
now.
Black Ops. It released between Black Ops 3 and another game.
And then even
Battlefield.
harder, in December, Marvel Rivals, Assassin's Creed Shadow, Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
with the new movie coming too. No.
Yeah,
There-
you do not release in December unless you are a big AAA name. Because
So
that's
them
throwing
releasing
blood with Dark Frenzy, basically.
in
You won't-
September is the best case scenario. Could be possible, but since it was born from Shaman Souls, it's a possibility you can't. What? The Emperor was a chick in the 40s. Could it be possible that there is a direct descendant? There is a theory that he has actual biological children, but we don't know.
Well, didn't they
The
retcon
Star
the
Child
Kensei?
theory.
Didn't we retcon the Kensei? His actual bio children?
They never did. They never officially ever said anything. Like, they said that Erda is his wife and they two made children together, but they've never ever said that he never didn't do it with other people.
Yeah, I remember there being like, oh yeah, the Kensei are a thing from like old 40k where it's like,
Oh,
yeah,
are they
these are the
retconned?
Emperor's.
Yeah, that's right. Hold on.
I love spell check correcting beta. So just like
Spell check is a bitch. Autocorrect
Yeah,
is a bitch on mobile. I'm just gonna say that now.
You're trying to say Kensei and spell check's like, no, you're not. You're trying to say sending.
Quick
Connection with
lesson with
the
anyone
sensei.
with real life responsibilities. If you have something heavy that you need to move, don't do it on your own. You're gonna hurt yourself.
That's specific.
I'm currently trying to move a dryer on a stand that it doesn't fit, but
Yeah,
My
do
mom
not take this as
won't get me
official.
one.
Okay, yep, no, it's been retconned. Oof. Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
no.
I know the Kensei have been retconned, but technically speaking, they do have like a large window of time to be like, oh no, he had other kids.
They have a
just
full
retconned those.
30,000 years to look and say, like, yeah, no, he got his nasty on, he got his freak on. It's fine.
They just retconned those specific kids.
Which
because
then,
that was thing.
it makes it even funnier that, like, there is no one alive that could comprehend my sexual preference.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Do you want to know how they retconned the Kinsei? They retconned the Kinsei through a bit because there was a group of Inquisitors who thought if you got all the Kinsei together, trained them up super good, and then killed them all in one giant ritual sacrifice, it would bring back the Emperor. Do you want to know how they retconned that whole thing? It was a Zechian plot.
Oof.
That was their excuse, and if you read what their plan was, God, does it actually read like a Zeech plot?
Also, I remember someone asking, "What's my cat's preferred army?" I can tell you what her least preferred army is. So I have a Robo Gilliman model. I built it. I painted everything. I left it out on the table. She knocked it over. I can tell you that my cat's least favorite army is Ultramarines.
If the Emperor could talk, I would not be surprised if he ever said, after 30,000 years, things get boring and you start looking for other forms of entertainment.
I mean, isn't that
hold on. Before we say anything else, I want to touch on what TCOM just said. Technically, he is doing that because Black Templars are a good example with their champion blades or whatever the fuck they are. In desperate moments, when they're really going all out, apparently a silhouette of the Emperor can be seen by friend and foe. So my guess is the Emperor is just doing shit because he's bored.
Nope, we actually know what date he was born. Not like the specific, but we know the millennium. The 8th millennium.
Like, we know he's ancient.
Oh,
like,
8th millennium BC.
Oh, like, he's older than written records.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
We know the Emperor is like caveman ancient. We don't necessarily know how he was born. I believe the biggest theory is the 12 shamans in a trench coat theory.
He was born to mortal parents on Terra.
Oh, really? We
Yep.
know that?
Near Anatolia.
Oh, shit.
Like I said,
no, he wouldn't quite be caveman because that would be like around 40,000 BC.
Yeah.
So he was alive during actual civilization. We just don't know what civilization.
He was born before written civilization was a thing.
Nope, it's the shaman thing's still canon.
Yeah.
He is born before written
I
civilization.
know I made the video today, but it's good to constantly refresh yourself.
Also, you never know when GW is going to change something.
Exactly.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
everything always has an asterisk beside it. Everything.
Because GW's
What's your
official
favorite
model
thing
is-
about Warhammer?
Asterisks.
If I blink too fast, something changes.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
the official model is
The
for
Jesus
Warhammer
theory
is-
still stands, yes.
The official model for Warhammer is that everything is canon, not everything is true.
What if we had 1,000 Psychers a day to close the warp portal under the Golden Throne? The Psychers do not close the portal. They are fed into the Golden Throne to keep the Emperor alive.
Fun fact, the Golden Throne is failing.
Fun fact, somehow they still haven't had to increase the Psyker a day quota.
Really? 12 shamans in a trench coat is still a thing? Yes.
Yeah, the Custodes and the Mechanicus are currently shitting their pants over the Golden Throne.
Hey, no, we got the Drukhari to fix it!
Yeah, no, they brought... No. Do you want to know what's great? In that scene, the Drukhari, when he arrived on Earth, stood for an hour just baking in the suffering that's happening, and I quote, impressed.
You know?
We're
the masters of torture and making life miserable for other weak beings. But, damn! You guys did a good job!
That Drukhari canonically has gone back to Kamura with the scale model that he created of the Golden Throne because of how much suffering it outputs, because he was impressed by it.
And by the way, it's not like they like line up the psychers and throw them into the meat grinder kind of a thing. No, they are put in a casket. They are told they are lied to. They are lied to the whole way there. And then they're like, yes, and soon you're going to be like put in this purification coffin, and it's going to like purify you, and then you're going to meet the Emperor. And the people are like, yeah, we're going to meet the Emperor, guys. We're going to meet the Emperor. Like the greatest human of all time. And then for a second, it's the worst pain you'll ever experience in your life, and then you're gone.
Mind you, if you watch the second Type episode on the Warhammer TV app,
Shameless plug.
I don't care. There is 2 psychers that actively have a sixth sense screaming at them not to go with the Custodians the entire time.
Yep.
The entire time.
And the Custodians tune it the fuck out. They just tune it out.
Because
they just don't
They-
care.
have to. There is a line that I do enjoy about the Custodians. It's from the first Primarch of the Thunder Warriors talking to Valdor. He basically calls Valdor little more than just a robot. What more does the Emperor have to take from you? Then Valdor kills him with the line of, nothing. There is nothing left. That is the Custodians are... They're still technically human. They've not been augmented. Oh my god.
No, they're augmented. They're augmented.
Yeah, they're augmented to hell.
The Custodians are like...
I thought the Custodians were just like, they don't have like the second part.
No, they don't.
Lung.
They're not Space
Okay.
Marines, but they are genetically altered super soldiers. They're like the perfected super soldier. But for every
well,
100
the
Marines, it's
way-
one Custodians.
The way I like to describe it is Space Marines are genetically modified. Custodians are genetically engineered.
Custodians are min-max.
Like,
Yeah,
They-
like they're
I-
engineered.
I get why newcomers in 40K look at a Custodians and look at a Space Marine and go, well, what's the fucking difference? And then you have to read their shit to understand the difference.
There was a quote, I think, from a Space Marine who saw like a Custodians in battle and Space Marines in battle, and he said it best: Space Marines are wolves. They operate best in packs, and they can bring down surprisingly large animals in that sizes. A Custodian is a lion. And
Hunts
you do not
alone.
fuck with a lion.
Yeah.
Like there is a reason why whenever the Imperium sends a Custodian to something, they just write it down as a victory. It's not just propaganda. They're just that good.
No, it's propaganda. It's propaganda.
I said not just. There's definitely propaganda there, but like there's also
Like-
no, because Custodians are kind of built that good where you can.
Yeah,
you can
I
run
understand
lightning.
that they
We do
have
not-
that capability.
We do not know how the Custodians are made. The
no.
entire process is a mystery. And
Even in their codex, they don't tell you.
We do know that they're still being made.
yeah,
somehow.
they're still being made. Someone knows how to make them. And to understand this is that, like, they are super soldiers. There is something that's making them these murder machines. And people... And, like, this thing that they have is comparable to Gene Seed, but it's not. It's something far more advanced.
But yeah, the Custodians are keeping it's the most closely guarded secret the Custodians have, because if anyone else finds out, everyone's fucked.
One sec, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Keep them
If
entertained.
Chaos ever finds out how to make Custodians, everyone's screwed.
Well, there's that, and then there's the shit in the vault.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'd
Probably
say
not.
the how to make Custodians is even more.
Nah, no. What's in that
I
vault is
would
definitely worse.
I would be willing to bet one of the things in the vaults is the book on how to make Custodians, and it's the only vault that ever gets opened every now and again to make more Custodians.
I highly
Because
doubt it's a
that's definitely
book.
something you
but-
keep in the. Okay, I use the book. I use the book as like an example, but you know what I mean.
No, I understand. That's why I'm like, probably
Like-
not a book, But yeah,
Yeah, you get my meaning. You know what? You know something I find kind of funny, pivoting away from custodians. So you know Lion's shield, the shield of the Emperor. If you ever notice, in all of the Emperor's art, he never really has a shield. Do you want to know what that shield is? It's
his
this little
pauldron.
piece on it. Yeah, no, it's not his pauldron. It's this little piece on his armor, right above, like on one side. It's a jousting shield. I don't remember the exact name of it, but it's a jousting shield. And if you compare like the size of it onto the Lion versus the size of it beyond like the Emperor, you get it's one of those things where like my personal theory is that what happened was the Emperor used warp magic to make it bigger for the Lion. But God, is that thinking about the scale of that kind of funny sometimes?
I mean, we don't even know if his armor was real or something that he conjured up.
Well, I mean, so
I mean, we might.
And back in 7th edition, it was real because it was said pieces of his armor were used to create the Crux Terminatuses.
See that?
But
If
that
that's
is,
true-
I don't know if that's true anymore.
Back.
Well,
Because
if
again,
that's
that
still
was
true,
back in
then
like 6th, 7th
great.
edition. So
If that's still true, then great. If not, oof.
Echo Phoenix. There is no way to do it. There is no way to keep the portal closed. The Emperor is the only one with the psychic might to do it. It's not about power. It's about the skill and the psychic potential. The Emperor...
Theoretically, Magnus, if he was purified and became loyal, might have the power to do it. But that's a very big might.
Very big might. And remember,
Yeah.
the other Psyker that was comparable to Magnus was Malkador. And he was turned to dust over the course of a few hours.
Like the scale of Psycho goes Big E, Magnus, Malkador. And then, like, a huge blank spot on the list, every other Psyker in existence.
and let's be honest, if the custodians would never let that chance come about because it would just it's too much of a risk.
It's too much.
I
Yeah.
also want to point out real quick that technically we do know who's under Malkador and Magnus in strength. He's currently on the Tyranids hit list.
Which one is that again?
The Ultramarines librarian.
Oh, there's a few people like that. There's Arimon, there's Tigurius, there's Ezekiel,
Yeah,
there's
what I'm saying is
Mephiston.
we know who's the next powerhouses underneath.
Yeah, but like
Who
if you
can
like
interfere with something like the Hive Mind.
like the power gap between like Malkador and some of those is big comparably.
Yeah, the Emperor
Honestly,
did have a
so
bolt gun.
But we
one of the
also need to
problems-
remember that if we're gonna compare Malkador to current librarians, we also have to stop and think: would Malkador's strength still hold up at this point in time?
So I remember a Reddit post like asking like why can't like regular human psychers get to that point about like with like Big E or Aramon or stuff like that is because their bodies just burn out. It can't handle it.
The fact that
Tender Games, thanks
Malkador
for
was
following.
able to get that strong was an anomaly. He was 100% an anomaly in it.
Just wrong. That's just wrong though, because there are other Psyker forces that exist that created the webway. That created it that aren't around anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. The
We're
old ones are
talking
gone.
current. Like the individuals who created the webway.
Wildhog,
are so far.
I answered
Oh,
this
shit.
question earlier today. Why doesn't the Imperium just let the Emperor die so we can come back? Because if they let him die, the Astronomicon, which is the only way we know how to navigate the warp, goes bye-bye as a warp portal that Magnus opened by accident underneath the Imperial Palace will swallow Terra. The only thing stopping that is the Emperor on the Golden Throne.
It'll more than likely just create another Eye of Terror.
Yep.
Honestly.
Like, more importantly, the Imperium at large, including his custodians, does not know he's a perpetual. No one knows what happens if he will die. There's theories. There's a theory that if they let him die, he'll come back. But everyone who has that theory all agrees it's way too big of a risk. It's way too big of a gamble if he doesn't actually come back.
Cool.
And that
Where
was
are
before
they,
started
Beta?
talking about
Beta
thousands of
coefficient.
Psychers
Where the
and
fuck are they?
Like if they're actually
And do they
out
even
and about,
fucking care enough to fix it?
Yeah, because that's the other. Because that's the thing.
The webway has
Uh,
breaches all over it.
And the Harlequins
Also,
can't
the
just
paths.
fix it.
So,
They don't just
Like,
fix
also-
it. You can't fix it. They just shut it off. Like they just close
Like,
that part of the
also-
webway down.
The
Yeah,
god
And they
that the
can't close
Harlequins-
this one. They can't
The
close this
Eldar
one.
don't know how to fix their webway at
The
all.
god that the Harlequins serve knows the layout of the webway. He has no idea what all of its secrets are. And he's a
But no, like,
god who's been around
Yeah.
for a very long fucking time.
even if the Eldar had the knowledge and power to close the portal underneath Earth, why would they? The Imperium is technically a threat to the Eldar.
They don't give a shit.
Yeah, no. In the Eldar's like big lore thing is that one of their Phoenix swords will eventually eat the other ones and kill all enemies of the Eldar and Chaos. Do you want to know who's on the list of enemies of the Eldar? The Imperium.
See,
Why would
the
you help your
only,
enemy?
the only reason they
I-
help the Imperium...
Everybody, okay. Guys, I understand that, like, everyone is saying, like, it can be fixed! He can come back! No, he can't. Death in the End, Part 2 and 3, literally compromised his perpetuality. He
Yeah.
can't come back. And if the Emperor dies,
The King of Destruction is born.
he becomes the Dark King. It doesn't matter. His soul will not reincarnate into a new body. He will become the God of Destruction. Chaos has ensured that. The ultimate joke on the Emperor from the Gods of Chaos is that he's going to be stuck watching the thing that he wanted most burn away. That is the cruelest joke they could play on him. And again, if he dies, the Imperium and Terra go with him. And there is no way, there isn't just a fix-all solution. You can't pro-gamer this shit. With how everything is set up in 40K, there is no fixing this. There is no getting around this. There is no catch-all solution. You can't keep throwing bodies at the problem. The problem is beyond us. That's the grim darkness of the far future. You can't fix it. This is something you all need to understand about 40K. You can't fix it. There is no
40
solution. You can't
Yeah,
fix the
40K
Webway project. The Golden Throne is failing. The Emperor will eventually die. It is a ticking time bomb. That is the grim darkness of the far future. 40K is literally the universe where all the bad shit happens. There
It
is
is the
no
darkest of
fixing
terrible
it.
man.
And remember, his perpetuality, it doesn't matter if he respawns. Where the fuck is he gonna respawn? Terra's gone!
I just want to point out, too,
There's no fixing that.
even if there was a way to close the portal, that the Golden Throne's keeping from turning into a giant fucking problem, there's no saving the Emperor.
There's no saving him.
All you're doing is closing the portal. Yes, does that mean they can remove him from the Golden Throne? Sure. If you want everything to blow up anyways.
Like,
The
guys,
only
we-
way the Emperor can possibly get out of becoming
No,
the
there
Dark
is
King
no
is-
there is no getting out of it. That's what
I
bosses-
need to say this. People also don't understand how fucked the Imperium actually is. I know, like, a lot of people are seeing, like, the new grav tanks and such for Space Marines. The new armor for Space Marines. Guys, we lost the technology. We lost the blueprints for faster than light travel. And faster than light travel was still too slow. People only know how to make warp engines in 40K. Finding a faster than light engine blows their
The
fucking brains.
Yeah, the only
Like,
people who have
Sharper Knives got two guys a fucking lordship over a planet.
Yeah, the only faction that I know of that has anything close to FTL travel is the Tau, and my god, is it slow!
It's
My god, is it slow!
the Imperium has no other way of getting around or communicating with itself. It literally needs the warp. And remember, we have that northern star, the Astronomicon. We lose that, we have no way of navigating the warp. It just becomes the dark age of technology again. Until someone somewhere finds their own Astronomicon, or someone now free from the Mechanicus' control, since Mars would also go bye-bye, manages to develop one. It is... humanity is so fucked in 40K. It's beyond comprehension. Like, we have worlds where it's like our modern day. We have worlds like that in 40K where this is our modern day. Just with, like, instead of internet connection and phone call, like cell phones, we have people that do that, literally. Like, we have an astropath on standby. There are worlds where it's black powder. That's as far as they've technologically gotten. Just black
and they
powder.
haven't gone past that because the Imperium hasn't bothered to do so.
And then there's other worlds where it's literally Stone Age. The people are barely their society's barely functioning. They're tribes.
Oh, Bal Secundus is like that. Bal Secundus is still a mutated wasteland.
Exactly. This is how fucked the Imperium is. It is a bureaucratic nightmare of a system. Where
if you are living in the Imperium, the best place you can hope to live is somewhere in Ultramar, because at least the bureaucracy there is functional. It's still hell. You're still in hell. It's just a functional hell.
It's not even functional. Like, the best example is the Taros campaign. So a lot of people don't know anything about this campaign because it's a Forge World book. It's a whole thing. The Forge World books are to show the incompetence and ineptitude of the Imperium. The Taros campaign, what the hell is it? It's a planet that joined the Tau, but the Imperium desperately needed it. So they invade the planet. It goes horribly wrong. Because the Imperium administration said, 13 regiments can do it. One of the regiments that they assigned was already dead. 2 of them were already deployed somewhere else and couldn't just, pack up their shit and leave. So you're already down 3. They had to convince a Space Marine chapter to go in. Yeah, not order, convince.
Because no one's going to tell this genetically modified super soldier that could snap your neck with a thought to do shit.
And then they had to negotiate a Titan Legion. And then the battle was so fucked. 2 regiments didn't even make it to ground. Their ships were destroyed before they even touched down. And by the way, that was 5 years after they declared that they're going to take it. All that happened after 5 years. Of the planet officially joining the Tau. It took them 5 years to get their asses over there. And it took them half that time to get their asses kicked off of it. Vrax, like the Siege of Vrax, is the ultimate. People are like, Siege of Vrax, like fucking Deathcore Krieg, best story. You're missing the point of it.
So
the Imperium thought it was gonna take, what was it, like 2 years to reconquer Vrax? Look how that turned out.
10.
Not even.
They said 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
So back to the Taros campaign, real quick. All right. Before they touched down, the Imperium lost anywhere from 2 to 20,000 guardsmen before ever touching the ground. Okay.
It's also Beta, I see you. I need to remind you of something.
The Space Marines.
The exception is never the rule.
The Titan Legion that they recruited and got help from suffered such heavy casualties, they left.
Yeah, they just left.
They packed their shit up and said, "Die on your own," and left.
Because
they lost a single Titan and said, "Fuck this."
Yeah. Like, The Emperor cannot come back. And I know Beta Coefficient here's like, but this and this. You think the Custodes are gonna let someone like Trazon anywhere fucking near the Emperor? Trazon, the kleptomaniac of the entire 40k universe. Yvrain, the Imperium
Okay.
has fired upon the Ynnari because they started this shit. It's so
Travis?
fucked.
Trazyn the Infinite also wouldn't save the Emperor. He would put the Emperor and the Golden Throne into a box.
And then
of
he would do.
spaces, and that's it.
He would then just jump back in his portal and leave.
And Terra would then explode into oblivion because the Emperor and the Golden Throne are now in his collection.
Yeah, remember, the Custodes almost had a fucking aneurysm over a single Dark Eldar. You think what's gonna happen when Trazyn shows up?
And
Trazyn actively. I don't know if this is still canon, but there is at least a short story where Trazyn
that's my
actively
point.
has tried to get to the Golden Throne and was shot to pieces.
But yeah, so back to what I was saying. Back to my point. The Siege of Vrax, yes, it's a really cool siege warfare battle in the 41st Millennium, but it's the background knowledge you have to pay attention to. The Imperium, his religion is so fucked that that a priest went above his station and raised an army. And then the Imperium's like, just kill him. Just fucking assassinate him. Without paying attention to what this guy was saying. Like, then this guy who's saying, like, the enemies of the Imperium are here! They're trying to kill us! And then an assassin's bullet nearly takes him out. Which just riles the people up. And then Vrax is no longer the Imperium's. It's now belonging to that priest. So then the Imperium has to go in.
And then chaos.
And then, since the whole situation's FUBAR, 14 years pass, what happened? Vrax, a world that was an armory world, that held all these weapons and everything, ammo, weapons, guns, everything, that was going to be used in the defense of Cadia, gone. Gone over 14 years. Just billions of guardsmen sent to their deaths for nothing. Space Marine chapters wasted. Titan legions gone. And all Chaos had to do was put one little Nurgle worshiper right beside that priest and get him amped up.
No, and an Alpha Legionnaire.
No, the Alpha Legionnaire came later.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
no.
Nurgle worshiper was always there. They had to only put one guy there. And
That
the entire
Nurgle
army
worshiper
world was
was-
done.
Too.
Because the Imperium was too busy infighting with itself to figure it out.
Not just Vrax. Let's talk about the friggin' when the time a Space Marine chapter decided not to pay taxes.
Oh, Bad Dab? The entire,
yeah.
the embodiment of fuck around and find out?
Yeah, that entire war happened because the Space Marine chapter was assigned to protect this area of space, and because someone else in the Administratum did not like them because they didn't like their color scheme or some other stupid
No,
excuse.
I know the full story.
Well, it was they had taken a lot of casualties and like say, hey, we can't really pay the tithe this year.
No,
We'll pay-
can let me. I got this. I
Okay,
researched
you got
the
it.
whole thing. Astroclaws were my boys. So what happened was 4 chapters, originally called the Maelstrom Warders, were told to police the center of the galaxy. Okay, 4 chapters, around 1,000 to 800 men each. Okay, yeah, that's doable. So they get a foothold within that sector, like within that sector of space. How did they get that foothold? You don't need 4 chapters. I'm taking one away from you. We were only able to do that with 4. We were barely able to hold the line with 4. Yeah, now you gotta do it with 3.
I said,
Okay.
okay, fine.
Fine. Okay, we can make this work. Okay, then we just need the resources from this world to make up for it. Actually, those resources belong to this star system, and you can't just have it. I am a literal chapter master of a Space Marine chapter, and I will flay your fucking skin if you dare talk to me that way again. Oh no, they're threatening me with violence! Administratum
to-
friends, please save me!
I want to point out, not only was he taking valuable resources that he didn't need, he also had been actively screwing over guardsmen regiments around the sector before that.
This was
Now,
one
granted,
sector that was doing this. And the Lamenters, the Mantis
little bit
Warriors,
sad,
and the Astro Claws were pissed.
And
And then
they
And then when they embargoed that system by taking the resources away, because who's going to say no to the guys with bolters? They bitched to the administration. And since the Space Marines don't have representation, the administration said, nah, you're in the wrong, get fucked. Even though there is a pileup of documents stating from the Astro Claws, the Lamenters, Mantis Warriors, and every other chapter that's been into their sector to help them, telling them, get us fucking help! And they said, fuck off. Give back the shit. And then the Astro Claws are like, fine, fuck you. We're gonna start going above 1,000 Marines. Because we literally can't sustain this. Well, you need to hand over the tithes. Fuck off. You don't tell us to fuck off. We tell you to fuck off. Firehawks, get them!
Also, didn't the Mechanicus tell them, like, hey, we can get you your stuff, but it's gonna take a long time?
The Mechanicus never said
They-
shit.
they were-
Oh.
Yeah,
This
no,
was
they-
entirely an administration issue.
Yeah.
So let's...
No
because
one-
the entirety of the Administratum's entire problem is the fact that the guy who is the second strongest, most powerful person in the world in the Administratum looks to his left to see another guy with a 1 inch taller chair and a slightly cooler hat, and he goes, "I want that chair and hat."
So then...
Then he moves to that chair
and
and,
then-
and looks
and
to
then-
his right.
And then the Bad Dab War happens. What the hell happens to the Bad Dab War? Well, tons of Space Marines are killed for no reason. The system that initially made all this a big problem got blown the fuck up. And then a chapter that was considered one of the best turned renegade. The Astro Claws, they had a fucking roll of history. Like 34th when were they founded? Hold on.
They've been around for a hot minute. I know that.
35th millennium. 10th founding. They had 6,000 years of history. 6,000. They were one of like the most honored chapters out there. Gone. Just renegade. They're the Red Corsairs now. Fuck you. Fuck your decaying Imperium. You fucked us.
There is a very good reason why, for the longest time, basically, there are a lot of fan fictions out there that have characters like Gilliman, who is the king of logistics, deciding, fuck this, fuck the Imperium, fuck all this, and just going home to Ultramar and running Ultramar as its own separate thing. Because
What's
the
my-
Imperium is
I don't-
rotting.
I don't have a favorite founding. I just don't. There's just like, there's tons of chapters that I like from different foundings, and I don't have a
Yeah.
favorite. But yeah,
The best
so
round-
this is something that I need people to understand about the Imperium. They are not the good guys. They never have been. They're so backwards that innovation is heresy, and going with the shit that doesn't work is best. Their entire bureaucracy is so goddamn slow. Again, when the Astro Claws were asking for help, they were told to fuck off.
You want an example of
After-
how terrible the...
After 10 years
Go
of
ahead.
hearing nothing.
You want an example of how terrible the Administratum is and how bad the bureaucracy is? Go read Watcher in the Rain. It's a short story. I will not spoil it, but the ending has a perfect example of just how f***ed up the Administratum and the bureaucracy is.
So I actually have a very I have a perfect example of how fucked up the Administratum is, and like comparing it to
Phoenix,
real
thanks for
life.
follow.
So, back in the Korean War,
Oh man, from
the
California.
United States Marines, when China was counteroffensing the NATO, the United States Marines were told, "Hey, you have to hold the line while the army and everyone else starts pulling back to more defensive positions." They do that, but they are running severely low on ammo. So what does the military do? Okay, we're gonna airdrop you ammo. But somebody mislabeled crates, and so they had Tootsie Rolls airdropped to them instead of ammo.
Now imagine that,
Yep.
but for a galactic-wide empire.
Yeah, no, that's exactly that. But now, just imagine that, but on a galactic scale.
This, like, yeah, like 40K has like this epic art and epic story where like you see the Space Marine, like the Space Marines holding a banner and doing a last stand. You see that. You see guardsmen, like hordes of guardsmen, like charging the line or holding the line. You
That's
see
imperial propaganda.
You see Sisters of Battle burning the heretic. And as they just said, you are not immune to propaganda.
Yeah, it's imperial propaganda.
Yep.
In the Chaos Codex, you see Imperials getting eviscerated. It is... You are not immune to propaganda at all. The
If you
Imperium
think
is a nightmare.
If you think you're immune to propaganda, congratulations, the propaganda worked.
If you get transported into 40K, you have the two best fates you can genuinely wish for as a regular average Joe.
Just
Is
die.
is a quick death from a cornate berserker, or that your world is so unimportant that they ally with the Tau and the Imperium you just get lost in the paperwork of the Imperium. That's your two best fates.
Lil Wop, we just said this earlier. Dark Age of Technology fucked. That's what we're going with. Like, the Imperium doesn't exist anymore. That's how fucked. Yeah, but where is it? Where is it? Someone... Is that your Discord? Yeah, it's my Discord. Was Gilliman mocking the Imperium when he used the word victory in the 10th edition trailer? He is quoting stuff from an Imperial thing, yeah. So he's basically just like, the Imperium constantly says victory, and that's the irony, is that they're losing.
There's an art piece image of Gilliman at his desk, surrounded by paperwork. So much paperwork. He has a cigar in his mouth. 3 more put out in an ashtray. He's lighting the next one with the Emperor's sword. Gilliman, God, I feel so bad for that man. Because he's in hell, and he just wishes to be dead.
Let's put it this way. For those that don't know, Robu Gilliman was poisoned like a few years after the Horus Heresy. He was put in stasis for 10,000 years to keep him alive. He is brought back 10,000 years later, and he sees the modern day Imperium as I have described it to you. And this was his quote to them.
I think I knew this quote.
What more do you want from me? I gave everything I had to you, to them. Look what they've made of our dream. This bloated, rotting carcass of an empire is driven not by reason and hope, but by fear, hate, and ignorance. Better that we had all burned in the fires of Horus's ambition than lived to see this.
2 important things. One of Gilliman's favorite quotes
the Alpha
is, "Why
Legion
do I
plan."
still live?" Yeah, no, I was going to say, the Alpha Legion, if you believe this to be true, this is from an Alpha Legion book, and Alpha Legion's famous quote is, "I am Alpharius, this is a lie." If you believe this to be true, the Alpha Legion wanted to help Horus because, and I quote, if Horus had won, he would have basically burned up the entirety of humanity and wiped all of humanity out, and the Chaos Gods would have ended up dying off because, let's be fair here, part of the reason why the Chaos Gods are as big and beefy and strong as they are is because humanity is so big and wide, and they feed the warp so much. The Chaos Gods could not have survived alone off of just the Eldar.
And I need to... Something that I want to tell everybody. In the Horus Heresy, yes, the Imperium survived Horus's treachery. They did. The Loyalists won out. but Chaos won overall. Chaos wanted this scenario. It would be even better if the Emperor became the Dark King, but they got what they wanted. A universe that is never ending.
Like, they're in the book, I think in the original Before the End of the Death, the original lore, is all 4 Chaos Gods disconnected the controller that was Horus right at the very end because he had served his purpose.
Oh, in the book, spoilers for Death of the End Part 3, they do that to him. And it's to do two things. One, they're punishing him for thinking that he's so important in this situation that he was going to be the Dark King. Are you fucking kidding me? You're a puppet. That's all you are. And 2, it's because it never mattered to them. It got to Terra. It got as far as they wanted it to go. They didn't care at that point. Either the Emperor becomes the Dark King, or he's put on the Golden Throne.
We win either way.
We get what we want.
Chaos pulled a Xanathar Gambit. And if you've ever seen the show Gargoyles, you know that reference.
The White Templars. The White Templars will probably not get anything more. Sorry.
Yeah, they showed up once and they served their purpose.
Did Tzeentch win the Great Game and then reset it because he was bored? I'm just chatting. He didn't win the Great Game. He was in ascendancy for a while, but then when Slaanesh showed up, Slaanesh helped pull the rug out from under him, and that's where like the story of like he shattered into like 1,000 pieces.
Didn't GW also put out at one point that the Great Game also involves all the other Chaos Gods and all the other universes?
Back when Warhammer was connected to each other, yeah.
Yeah.
But nowadays, it's just between Tzeentch, Khorne, Nurgle, and Slaanesh.
I can't read who that comment is on your stream, boss, in the red with the red
Atomic
tag.
Toaster?
But yeah, you're right. Yeah, the Imperium didn't win. They survived.
And even barely. Like, guys,
I mean, honestly, comparing the current Imperium to the past Imperium, they didn't survive.
They're not even close. Like the entirety of 40K. Like when you read the Imperium's history, it's trying to get back what they lost in the Horus Heresy. What took them over 200 years to gain, Horus pissed away in 14.
All because
Daddy didn't want to share what was in his basement.
Yep. All because Daddy didn't want to share what was in his basement.
And as well, he pulled a Prometheus and the gods spanked him for it.
He made a deal with Chaos and did not uphold his end of the bargain. So Chaos was like, "Okay, fucker."
So no Chaos would be willing to cooperate with the Imperium just for like a second. They wouldn't cooperate. They would manipulate them into doing something they wanted.
Wasn't there one battle book where they did to fight Tyranids, but then Chaos ended up backstabbing them in the end anyways?
That will make Chaos and Imperium stop shooting at each other for 5 minutes if a Tyranid hive ship shows up and starts eating everything.
It was the Iron Warriors and the Fists Exemplar chapter that teamed up against the Orcs.
Oh, okay. Oh no, I was thinking of Blood Angels and Necrons teaming up against Tyranids. Yeah.
Why did Horus betray the Emperor? Okay, everyone, we're going to do an exercise here. I want you to be Horus here. I'm going to explain how this whole thing happens. You are Horus. You are the Emperor's favorite son. You were raised by him personally. You were trained by him. You were educated by him. You are his right-hand man the entire time. You are living in his shadow, but you are happy. You are happy. You are leading your legion. You are the most favored Primarch. You are the first amongst equals. You're meeting your brothers and everything. You're popular. You're above everybody else. And the Emperor gives you constant head pats. You are a good son. You are doing great. You're doing amazing. But you can never get out of his shadow. And that's something you don't acknowledge. Because it's not worthy of acknowledging. You are the first amongst equals. under the Emperor. Understandable.
And then you
And then, out of the blue, after the greatest victory of the Imperium, Dad says he's retiring. And he won't tell you why. You, his favorite, who has told you everything. Even that he cosplayed as an animal at one point.
we're gonna touch back on that later, boss. You can't just drive by that.
I'm drive-bying that. That's an elbow to the face. Anyway, you are told, you are to be the War Master. You are to take my position. He won't tell you why, and he just leaves. After crowning you War Master in front of all of your brothers. Brothers who have very mixed opinions on you. Some are quiet and quietly accept it. Some are very supportive and very vocal about their support. Others call you a fucking idiot.
Some call you a bitch to your face.
Exactly. So then there's that little seed of doubt that's placed in you. There's that little seed.
And then,
That little seed.
and then suddenly you see statues of two of your lost
No,
brothers.
let me do this. Let me talk about this. I'm sorry. So then,
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
you, instead of like faltering, you continue on. You are now the leader. You are now the War Master. That's fine. Nothing's gonna change. It's perfectly fine. Everyone is scrutinizing everything you fucking do. Every decision, every tactic, everything. You're trying to play it off, you're trying to play it cool, but everything is gnawing at you. Every
And
decision.
second guessing too.
And second guessing you. Everyone. And then you meet this one group, the Interrex. A civilization that is perfectly fine. They're perfectly reasonable. They're working with you. They're talking with you. Yeah, like they're a little bit distant, but like, oh my god, like they're like
a human xeno organization they're a human xeno government that's working together. Something your father said could never happen in a million years.
oh my god, maybe if I convince them to join us, like I could succeed where the Emperor failed. I could do this, and then that blows up in your face. That blows up in your
Thanks,
face.
Erebus.
You don't know why. You don't know how, but it blows up in your face. They declare war on you.
Thanks, Erebus.
The people that you were trying to ally with, the people that you were trying to diplomacy with for months, where everyone was saying, don't bother, just exterminate them, are now saying, I told you so. And all the other problems start building up. All of them. Each and every one. You are so fucked right now. And then your best friend, your best mortal friend, has declared rebellion against you. Shit's getting worse. So then, in a rage, you go and hunt that friend down. That friend then stabs you with a special sword that starts deleting you. And I'm not talking like, oh, it's like deleting you, like, it's just like deleting your skin or anything. No, it's deleting you from existence. You are on your deathbed. You are now on your deathbed. You are like, I'm dead anyway. Who fucking cares? I'm spilling the secrets, yo. He says shit that is so, you say shit that is so inflammatory, so dramatic, so horrible, that if anyone heard this, you and everyone else are fucked. Then, your sons, who love you dearly, who love you as though you are their own father, take you down to a temple where you communicate with the gods. And the gods are telling you this. Yeah, your dad's kind of a dick. Your dad's kind of a dick. Here's the future that your dad wants. And they show you modern 40K. With no context. This is the future. This is the future. Do it what you will. So, with all those other problems, with everything that has been stacked upon you, the stress, the responsibility, the agitation of your brothers, the absolute I told you so's coming from mortals who could not even comprehend the amount of data you have to pour over every fucking day. And then you are standing in a Gothic city that worships death, seeing 9 statues, not 18, not 20, 9 of your brothers, and a statue of your father who has constantly said, and I quote, "Do not worship me as a god." And what's happening? They're being worshipped as gods, as angels. No, I refuse. This is not the future I'm fighting for. Fuck you, Dad! So then, you are healed. You are healed of the poison that's killing you, that's deleting you. And you plan your rebellion based around that half-truth. Because you don't know it's a half-truth. And as well, the Magnus, who was told in a court that you cannot use psychic powers, just use psychic powers to try and convince you to not do what you're doing. The Emperor can't even control his own kids. He can't even control an empire that's cracking at the seams. So why not rebel? Let's burn this thing to the ground. The Emperor failed. That is why Horus rebelled. The stress, the lies, the tension, all of it. He was an incredible person. They do not shy away from that. Horus was the best of the Primarchs.
Horus's story and his downfall is the tale of what peer pressure can do to a person.
And not just that. He is the Greek tragedy. He was the hero. And what happens to every Greek hero?
They fall.
They fall. Jason and the Argonauts, he fell. Hercules, he fell. Yeah, he became a god in the end, but he had to die for it.
The only Greek hero to ever get a happy ending was Perseus.
Exactly.
That's the one.
And it's horrible because you can see where he's coming from. There is a point in Horus Rising where he is alone in his room and he's asking himself, "Father, why did you do this to me? Why did you leave me here with people that I have no hope of answering their questions or answering their pleas? It feels like you set me up to fail."
Well, also, surrounded by people who have no idea, who can never understand him.
The only person that did was Sanguinius.
Yeah, but not just that.
And Sanguinius is currently halfway across the galaxy.
Long before all of these events happened, he saw 2 of his brothers being erased from history, and he started to ask himself, what's there for us, for my sons, for my brothers and my sons after...
Horus is a burnt-out gifted kid.
No, he is!
He is!
Oh, that hurts.
He just got burnt out.
Oh, it's... And when you actually read Horus's story, by the way, Horus and the Imperium, even in 30K, they're still bad guys. They're still villains. You can empathize and sympathize with the situation. Cool motive, still murder. I need to remind people, just because you sympathize and empathize with a villain does not make them a good person.
Yeah,
what was it? It's another variant of cool motive, still murder, but it's like cool backstory.
Cool backstory, still genocide.
That's it.
Is a perfect example. In the very first episode of the Netflix series, we see exactly why Dracula's doing what he's doing, to the point to where even the main protagonist, who upon hearing Dracula's logic goes, "Shit, I can't really argue with him on that, but this is my job, and I'm a human and you want to kill me, so..."
What did you do to piss Dracula off? Oh, he killed his wife.
No, not just that. We burned his wife alive at the stake for being a witch. We then spit in his face and told him he wasn't real. And then a year later, after he warned us to make peace with our deaths and apologize, we celebrated the burning of his wife.
Yeah, remember at the start he was only gonna burn Wallachia down to the ground. Then they denied his existence to his face. He's like, "Well, fuck it, it's all of humanity now."
Yeah, yeah. He was just gonna burn that one city and destroy it, and then they just pissed him off even more. He was a good man.
Beta.
His wife had made him a
Beta,
good man.
Leman Russ did not whoop him. Leman Russ never fought Horus. So there's why was Horus chosen as War Master? We actually are told why. So, Sanguinius could not be War Master because he was too perfect. No one would ever question him. No one would ever come up to him. He's too perfect. He can't be approached. Gulliman can't do it because he's not willing to go the extra mile and do what needs to be done. Dorn can't do it because he's a fucking wall. He can't do the politics. He can't. He can't talk his way out of a paper bag. Lionel can't do it for the same reason. He's too secretive and too reclusive.
More importantly, Lionel's just a general.
Yeah.
He's just a war general.
Fulgrim can't do it because he's too much of a pompous ass.
He's a perfectionist.
He's a perfectionist. All of it has to be perfect, and it would take too long. Horus was the perfect choice. Everyone,
he was the perfect middle ground in all of his life.
Most people liked him. He could get a crowd to like him. Most of his brothers liked him. The only ones that didn't were Angron, who saw him as a pompous ass, Korax, who didn't agree with him tactically,
and Conrad.
And Conrad, because Conrad's like, we're all gonna die!
Yeah.
Like, Horus was perfect. You know, he's charismatic. He's a good strategist. He's willing to sacrifice his troops when it's necessary.
And more importantly, we see we see him go to his Warnival in his book and ask, "What did you think of that? Well, how did that go? I want your opinions." That's why the Emperor had the custodians, because he'll look at them and go, "What did you think of how that went? Can I have your opinion about this?"
He also had Malcador. The Emperor had Malcador, who always was telling him, "You made a dumb decision, kid."
Yeah,
and the Emperor would just go, I just know better.
Honestly, the Malcador pissed the Emperor off constantly, but the Emperor would take a step back, go to his room for a minute, and come back. It's like, yeah, you were kind of right. Sometimes he would come back and say, "Fuck you, I'm doing it anyway."
Yeah, Malcador's that friend who you look to and go, "Is this a good idea?" And he'll go, "No, it's not, you fucking moron." And you'll get angry because it was your idea and he's pissing you off. And you'll either come back later going, "No, he's right," or "Fuck you, I'm doing it anyway." And then when you get hurt, your friend goes over there and says, "You were right, you need to go to the hospital." And you go, "No." It's like, "All right, you're a fucking moron, I told you so." That's Malcador. Like, he genuinely cared about the Emperor. But like, "You good, Emperor? You need to go to the hospital?" "No, I'm good." "Okay, smack, you're an idiot, I told you so."
He cared. He was one of those friends that cared enough about the Emperor that he wasn't just gonna sit back and watch him ruin his life.
And it's brutal, because Horus, he didn't have that mortal element in his Monerval. He only had his sons.
Yep.
And
his sons, as nice
Loken,
as they weren't going to really question him.
And this is like the biggest tragedy, because when we find out why Horus was chosen, we also find out who his favorite son is in the Luna Wolves. And this, it hurts, because he goes on, he lists everyone. Xavier Jubal, his original favorite, was too perfect. He was the perfect son. Then there's Abaddon, who's a good son. He's very efficient. He's very qualified.
He's too
But
angry.
he's too much of a people pleaser. He wants to please me. That's not good. You can't have that. Aximan is too quiet. He won't speak up. Tarek, too immature. Can't do it. Loken's my favorite.
No.
You get through a
Logan.
whole. He does the
Oh,
same
that
thing that
hurts. That
He
hurts
does the
right to
whole
my
thing.
soul.
And
He does the whole thing the Emperor
it
does,
hurts
basically.
even more when you read Vengeful Spirit again.
Oh.
Oh, I cried. I cried when I heard that.
Like, no, he does the same thing the Emperor does, because I guarantee you the Emperor sat down and had that conversation, probably with Malkador, about who should replace him as War Master.
Yeah.
Because Magnus's job wasn't sit on the throne. Horus was the War Master. Gilliman's making sure the trains run on time. I need him for that. Perturabo, surprisingly, really good architect. Would have been great. If Perturabo had been on the side of the Loyalists, Horus wouldn't have gotten anywhere with his
Oh,
heresy.
yeah, no, he would have been fucked.
Dorn can build the best defenses, and while Perturabo can argue with that all day, Perturabo's real skill is architecture. If you put Dorn, Perturabo, and Gilliman on a project to build you a house, Gilliman will make sure all the materials arrive there on time. Perturabo will have a perfect structure to make sure the house is used to its absolute fullest, and then Dorn will build it exactly to those blueprints.
Would
will
Valdor make a
be
good War Master?
greatest-
Not even close.
Yeah.
Wait, who make a good War Master?
Constantine Valdor. No.
Fuck
He's too
no.
much of a-
He is an unoriginal axe-swinging asshole. But yeah,
But again-
Also, remember, also, he was a Custodes. None of the Primarchs would have followed him.
none of them.
Nope.
The Primarchs and the Custodians did not respect each other.
No.
Because the Custodians basically was there. The Custodians stood there with the attitude of, I watched our Emperor make you, motherfucker, I can unmake you.
Exactly.
And the Primarch looked at the Custodians like, who are these jumped up fucking people hanging
Who
around?
let the
Dad
child
like,
in?
ain't better than us?"
Well, also remember, the Custodians looked at the Primarchs and thought the same thing when they saw the Space Marines. I'm eventually gonna have to kill you.
Yeah,
It's gonna happen.
It's
Yeah.
it.
The
That
Primarchs
is
were
why
like,
Horus was chosen, and it fucking hurts. And then you read who Horus is as a person, and then you come to realize, oh my god, this poor fucker was not allowed to be himself.
Nope.
He is a man of many faces because he had to be. And then the only
Or-
time he could be himself was in front of his Monreval and Sanguinius.
Horus was a people pleaser. He was a burnt out, gifted kid people pleaser. And he just hit a breaking point. Now, granted, is it all Erebus' fault? Yes. But the dominoes that were being set up by... Just because Erebus started the domino fall does not mean the Emperor and the rest of the galaxy was not setting those dominoes
Dorn
up.
is the guy who owns the musket for self-defense. What's the full quote? Ah, fuck. I love the...
I own a musket for self-defense. One day, 3 hooligans
No,
break
I
into
got
my
it.
house.
I found it.
I'll
Own a
recite it from
musket.
memory.
Own a musket for home defense, since that's what the Emperor intended. 4 Iron Warriors break into my house. What the devil, as I grab my powdered wig and Kentucky bolter, blow a golf ball-sized hole through the first Iron Warrior. He's dead on the spot. Draw my pistol on the second man. Miss him entirely because it's smoothbore and nails the neighbor's dog. I have to resort to the cannon mounted at the top of the fortress, loaded with grape shot. Tally-ho, lads! The grape shot shreds 2 of the Iron Warriors in the blast. The sound and extra shrapnel set off car alarms. Fix chainsword and charge the last terrified rapscallion. He bleeds out, waiting on the Arbites to arrive, since triangular chainsword wounds are impossible to stitch up, just as the Emperor intended.
Which that's even funnier to me now because I bought a musket like 2 weeks ago.
Jesus Christ, mate!
Oh no, slight tangent. There's a TikTok video I saw recently of like 2 dudes with like model muskets. They're not real, but they're clearing a house with them. And like on the one hand, that's funny. On the other hand, the way they're behaving with these muskets is kind of like actually good.
No, it's even funnier to me because as an infantry marine, I looked at them like they're actually clearing a house like you actually would. What the fuck? Why is this working?
One backs up to one door, the other backs to the other. The one at one door kicks it in without going in. The other one points and advances it. It's so funny.
Would you rather see orcs, nids, or necrons win? I want to see orcs win. I'm an orc boy.
Here's the thing: if orcs win, nothing would ever change.
Exactly.
It'd just be
Yay! My
Nothing
stupid fungus men win. I'm happy.
They would just be fighting each other more.
Were there psychers already in the Imperium by the time Euphrates Keeler had her first state moment? Yep, they existed even before.
Yep. Before, Psychers started popping up right when the birth of Slaanesh happened, and usually what happened was they got witch hunted, because if they didn't, usually that planet quickly fell to Chaos Demons.
Well, the
Because
thing is,
Psychers
Psychers had
being able to control
always
themselves.
existed for humans. It's just around that time they started popping up more and more.
Oh yeah, they started popping up a lot faster.
Yeah.
It used to be like 1 in every 100, when 1 in every like 1,000 was a Psyker. When Slaanesh happened, it was like 1 in every 100.
Someone that asked, what do you think Ahriman will do once he gets access to the Black Library if he does?
He's never leaving.
He's never leaving. The laughing god will make sure he's stuck there. But my immediate joke was, finally get a library card.
Isn't there a human that found the Black Library?
Yeah,
and just is
Stern.
stuck there?
Yeah. Ethereal Stern of the Sisters of Battle. She's like,
Not just that.
listen,
And,
I say that
stuck there
Sanguinius is like the sacrificed Jesus figure. Ethereal Stern is literal fucking Jesus. Angry bolter nun Jesus.
There was another character, a commissar, I think, who was let into the Black Library by the Harlequins.
I don't remember
To
that
live
one.
up the recipe. The Harlequins let him retire in there because he was like going around 500, which for like commissars in the Imperium is about retirement age. No, he wasn't a commissar. He was an Order Xenos Inquisitor. My bad. Anyway, he was allowed to retire in the Black Library because he helped a bunch of Eldar out, found an ancient Eldar craft world with an old Infinity Circuit. Death Guard showed up. Bunch of shit happened. Anyway, Harlequin saved him and said, hey, you want to retire in the Black Library with us? And he was like, sure, why not? Because the Harlequins liked him that much. It's really weird. You're
is
my
really
favorite
funny.
Magnus.
And the Harlequins don't like anyone, not even themselves.
Yep.
So,
You're one of
found
my
it.
favorite.
The human Illuminati and the Eldar Solitaires, Inquisitor Broinsla Sezvak gained entry once but had to prove himself worthy. Ahriman of the Thousand Suns sought entrance to the library for almost 10,000 years in the vain attempt to understand the ever-changing Tzeentch, Lord of Change. We don't talk about Jacques Draco. We don't talk about Jacques Draco. We don't talk
I
about
remembered
him.
something. That Inquisitor got captured by Ahriman when he was like an old man in Imperium sense, escaped unscathed up to the Black Library.
Were there 30k Horus Heresy? There was librarians of those reports of sorts. What's their equivalent in 40k? Librarians.
Yeah, librarians.
They're literally called librarians.
One of my favorite quotes about Magnus, and I think you might like this, boss. It's you're right. Magnus did nothing wrong. He was ordered to do nothing, and he did it wrong.
What do I think of the Tau?
Magnus
They're
nothing.
they're okay. They're an interesting playstyle. They don't like melee combat. You have to really to play Tau. You really have to think outside the box and try to stay away from melee combat as much as possible and stay on the move as a ranged army, which is a little bit hard, but you can do it. I don't like their playstyle. Personally, I don't like playing them myself. But hey, they're a alternative playstyle. People are like, their art style doesn't match 40k, and I respond with, 40k's art style does not match 40k's art style. The Space Marines don't fucking match up with anything. So
what do you think of Go ahead.
But yeah, like, if I put the Necrons beside the Imperial Guard, you would never think they come from the same universe.
Yeah, no, accurate.
That's the beauty of 40k.
Do you know about the Nundum for the Sisters of Battle? I forget what her name is, but she currently leads the Sisters of Battle because she was put there by
fucking Morvenn Vahl.
Yeah, because the administrator thought, we can definitely manipulate her into doing what we need, and she's like, "Oh, I'm the leader of the Sisters of Battle now. Cool, yes, you
No,
right there."
Gulliman handpicked her. He didn't believe he could manipulate her. He handpicked her because she
I
was
thought she
willing
was-
to
I
go
thought
do
she
the
got-
ugly jobs.
I thought she got into power before Gilliman showed up.
Nope.
Okay, never mind then. I got that wrong.
So, by the way, I remember seeing someone ask me, what's the best way to get started with Necrons? So this
Like
is in
the-
Canadian
Like
pricing.
the Marvel?
This is in
Are you talking
Canadian
about books or models?
models.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to
Oh.
start a Necron army, you buy the Combat Patrol. This is actually a pretty good deal.
Honestly, getting into any army, buy a combat patrol.
So what I
Yeah.
do, if a Combat Patrol is worth it, you look at the models inside of it. We got Warriors, we got a Walker, we got some Destroyers, and we got a Lord. So we find the Lord. We find the Lord
That's
model.
accurate.
Where is it? 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 Where is it?
Is that not it right there,
So
the third one?
$50 for the Overlord. Then we have 75 for the Scorpic Destroyers.
I just
so
saw
that's
the
already-
Walker. It's back up.
One sec, I have to do math. That's 125. Sorry, I'm bouncing all over the place. 63 for the Doomstalker. And then the Warriors. Where are they? Did I pass them? I passed them. I'm sorry. There they are. 63 for the Warriors. Buying this box is slightly cheaper than buying all those models together.
Not just slightly. The Warriors, the Doomstalker, and the Lord, which is 50, 65, and 65, is already tipping 200, which is what the price of the Combat Patrol is.
If the box goes if all the contents in the box go over the price of the box individually, buy the box. That is a good deal.
Would you take that deal? I'd take that deal. Damn fine deal.
Damn fine deal.
I love that movie.
There is bad boxes though. I will not lie to you. The Space Marine patrol box. Where is it?
The Death Watch. The Death Watch. Combat Patrol.
It doesn't even exist.
Ordo
anymore.
Malleus is a pretty good deal. Not Malleus, Ordo Hereticus, that's it. Honestly, if you're going Ordo Hereticus, just start a Sisters of Battle army.
I need to find a getting started box. What the fuck? Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Remember there was a bad one.
The Ordo Hereticus box is just Sisters of Battles with a couple Inquisitor models.
Same with Death Watch. That's also bad.
No, I don't want British pounds. Fuck you. I'm Canadian. You sick fuck.
You want Canadian rubles.
I want Canadian maples, sir.
Is it actually called Maples?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's Canadian dollar.
It used to be.
damn.
It used to be the Canadian ruble.
That's wrong. Fuck you.
Nope,
Nah,
not wrong.
You need to lean into the joke. Call them
Half
Canadian Maples.
a Grey Knight Strike Squad, 5 Terminators, a Librarian, and a fucking walking baby carriage. 85 for the baby carriage. The Librarian, that's a different priced model. Son of a bitch. Let me find it. I hate that they did this, that the Grey Knight Librarian is just somewhere in the Space Marines. Where are you? $50 for that Librarian. So it was 85 plus 50. Then plus 70 for the Grey Knight Terminators. Then plus half a box for a Strike Squad, so 40. 245. You're saving $45 buying the Grey Knight Strike box. But then there is... Which box is it? I remember one of them was like really fucking bad. It's the Imperial Guard.
I know the new Blood Angels one isn't that great.
Yeah, no, the Blood Angels one is terrible.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even that good to begin with.
Yeah, you get a couple squads of intercessors and a couple Dane models. It's not great.
Yeah, you get a lieutenant, you get a squad of assault intercessors, and 2 sanguinary honor guard squads.
Yeah.
That's garbage.
That's bad. But I remember there was.
You would spend less buying those separately.
And then the new Death Company box isn't much better.
I'm looking at Sisters because Sisters are my new army. So 75 plus for a Canoness. Where are you? 5250 plus a Sister squad. Wait, no, plus a fucking shield squad. And then Arcoflagellants, which is 70. You're saving like $72.50 on the Sisters of Battle Combat Patrol, but you're getting nothing good.
Honestly, go buy the Ordo Hereticus if you want Sisters of Battle. It's a better deal.
Yeah, go buy the Order Hereticus box if you want a better deal. It actually has shit that'll help you. Fuck. Honestly, I think the Drukari got like the best starter box. 2 squads, a squad of Incubi, a squad of Ravagers, a leader, and 2 of your vehicles. Hell yeah, it's a good deal. Half the box is those 2 vehicles right there. Actually, over half. And then you buy like 2 more of those boxes and you're good to go. You got a Dark Eldar army.
If you want, like, if you're looking best bang for your buck, like, to get the full army for the least amount of money spent, Custodians might be your best option because of the
you get a Blade Champion, 3 Terminators, 5 Guard, and 5 Wardens for like $120.
And congrats, you got a full army.
Congrats, you got a full army just buying the Custodes Combat Patrol.
Oh yeah, no. That's not necessarily saying they have the best current like rule set right now. That's just, hey, I want to start collecting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's no shame in buying secondhand.
Nope. I mean, when I first got into 40K, I bought was back in, I want to say 6th edition. I bought probably like 2,000 points of guard off of eBay.
When in doubt, get the Boy Scouts.
Oh god, if you're trying to build guard, I feel so sorry for your wallet.
Oh yeah.
I say if you're trying to build fucking Mechanicus or Gene Stealer cults.
And I was super pissed too because I want to say about 6,000 points of guard, and I went off to Marine Corps boot camp, and when I came back, I was looking for my models because I was going to pack them up and take them with me before I went to my first duty station. And my mother had thrown them out in the trash because, like, oh, these are toys. You don't need them anymore. You're an adult. I was so pissed.
Oof.
Hi, Mom. Would that this is me being extreme, but that's very much a hey, Mom. Which nursing home would you like me to move you into when you get too old?
Well, I don't talk to my parents anymore, but that's an unrelated issue. It's
Like-
completely unrelated, but I don't talk to my parents anymore, so.
You know what? I doubt it helped things.
Getting
It
a
did not.
40K Chaos, what set do you think is the best to start with? It depends on what Chaos you want to play with.
Yeah.
We have
you
we
wanna
have
do
flavors of
PvP?
Chaos. Do you want Demon? Do you want Knights? Do you want base Chaos Space Marines? Do you want Plaguey Boys? Do you want
Do you
the
want-
Thousand Suns?
More
Oh, wait,
important-
Do you
Uh,
want?
just
do you
gonna
want
say this right
Chaos
now.
Guard?
Just gonna say this right now. You do not buy the Thousand Suns starter box. It is a terrible.
Oh
starter
god,
box.
no, it's terrible.
You get 2 units of Zangors, 1 Terminator unit, and 1 Infernal Master. That is horrible. That is
do you
horrible
want
for an army.
do you want
It's the
Chaos
most
Guard?
bad.
Do
You
want-
can do that too.
Yeah, you can actually play like evil Chaos Imperial Guard now. It's great. Sure,
Yeah.
you don't
Like
get like
a-
the
another
Lehman
thing-
Russes and shit, but they got like a detachment. It's hilarious. It's
Like,
awful.
another thing you can,
It's an awful
another-
detachment, but it's hilarious.
another important note about chaos is what kind of chaos. Like, if you want to play chaos demons, you got different kinds of demons. You want to be
Thousand
fast.
Suns.
or
Oh,
next?
ha,
You want
ha, ha, ha.
range?
If you want Thousand Suns, I suggest waiting to see if I'm either buy your Thousand Suns secondhand, or wait for Christmas and see if they do like a special pack for them. Because like usually you can get Magnus for a very good deal.
Oh yeah.
Like usually like when they release like the World Eater box they released last Christmas, it was worth it solely because it was the price of Angron. And you
Damn.
got two additional Berserker squads and two of like their 8-bound units.
Hey, I have a
Price of
question,
admission.
boss.
One debt to
If I
society
wanted,
later.
let's say I wanted to hypothetically make my own make my own army of Space Marines, but I wanted to be like they have their own lore, yada yada yada. Like they're not an official name chapter, blah blah blah. Is it possible that I could use one of the say they're a successor of the Ultramarines? Could I use Ultramarine Codex rules for them, or am I stuck with just like basic generic Space
They did a very interesting thing with 10th edition. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you all. And this is going to be like the last thing I show because I'm done. I'm tired.
Fair
I
enough.
need to eat dinner.
Yeah, I actually need to go prep dinner. So,
So I gotta go.
if I can get this window to open, please. Please, Space Marines. So we do not have specific chapter tactics anymore. They got rid of that. So Space Marines, like the generic Space Marine army rule, is Oath of Moment. During your command phase, you pick one enemy unit on your opponent's army. For that turn, all of your models, all of your Space Marine units, get to reroll hit rolls against that target. Period. That's your army
Is it-
ability.
Is it all hit rolls or just once?
Each time model with this ability makes an attack that targets your Oath of Moment target, you can reroll the hit roll.
Oh.
It's
Oh.
good. And then we don't have chapter tactics anymore. We have just detachments, which are tactics that your Marines would prefer. So, like the Gladius Task Force, it shows Ultramarines on it, but any unit, it's any Space Marines can use this. Or you have the Anvil Siege Force, which shows Imperial Fists. But it never states that the Imperial Fists solely use this. And then you could probably guess what the Iron Storm Spearhead is. Man, I wonder who would specialize in that. Or the Firestorm.
The Raven Guard.
Assaulters.
Clearly.
There
Clearly.
is no specific chapter tactics anymore.
Yeah.
There is the detachments.
I like that because it means that now if I wanted to make up my own Space Marine Legion, I'm not stuck with basic bitch rules. That's nice.
Exactly. And the same thing is for every other army that's going to come out. You are not stuck. You're not Cadians anymore. Your Imperial Guard are using artillery tactics. Or my Chaos Space Marines are pirates, so they're using the Raiders and Reavers detachment.
That's really nice. I like that.
And yes, they do it for like Necrons as well, and all the other aliens too. It's
Yeah, every faction has that.
yep, like
That's a really nice way to
Necrons.
get problems that
have-
they were having.
We have the Annihilation Legion. This specific dynasty prefers the annihilation tactics of Destroyer Cults and Flayed Ones. Or the Canoptic Court, which is like their Cryptex and their Canoptic leaders have more of a sway and a pull. That kind of thing. That isn't the way I read this, because I can't just throw Ragnar into salamanders. No, specific chapters will have like their own thing going on.
They will have supplements.
Yeah, like the Dark Angels and the Blood Angels have their own stuff for like their specific followings.
Yeah, because they have they basically have specialty models that they're gonna have rules for.
Which makes sense. Because like that is probably the one downside to me wanting to make my own special Space Marine chapters. I don't have necessarily a named character with special rules I can use, which that's not terrible. Because a lot of those named special characters usually have high point costs, and while sometimes they're worth it, sometimes they're not.
Well, also so I know a lot of in the in unofficial games, if you're not in a tournament, if you put down a model and say, hey, I'm playing as my own chapter, but I'm using for this specific character, I'm using the rule set for Asterath the Grim, because that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head right now. Most people say, okay, cool, just do you have the data card for him? And then you just use that.
Yeah, because in the home ones, there's no big stakes or anything on the line.
Yeah, Blood Angels still use regular Space Marines. They still have them. They don't have to pick them, though. They have, their own.
Yeah.
So, you have the Liberator Assault Group with the Red Thirst ability, the Lost Brethren ability for, Death Company, the Angelic Host ability. So, they have their own. They have the standard, or you could choose the special Blood Angels ones. Or for the Dark Angels, same thing. So, they have access to all of that. Or you could go with the specific Dark Angel one. You'll have to take the Blood Angels rules, their army rule, but their detachment ability is different from their army rule.
Yeah, which is good.
So you are replacing Oath of Moment with your army ability, that specific chapter's army ability. So for Dark Angels, they replace Oath of Moment with the Unforgiven, which is a completely different rule. But if you're doing that, you cannot include Ragnar Blackbane. You can't include Dante.
Yep.
You have to be strictly Dark Angel.
Or one of their successors.
Yeah, and then you get access to the Unforgiven Task Force, the Inner Circle Task Force, Company of Hunters, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Also remember that those rules don't apply to just that chapter. It's also all of their successors too.
Yep. And same with the Space Wolves, but right now Space Wolves don't have their own unique army rule.
I know they're getting one. I don't know when.
They're gonna get one. They're gonna get one like everyone else is.
Oh yeah, no, I know the fan base for Space Wolves. No, they're going to get their own codex and shit.
And God, the fan current detachments suck.
Big.
Oh, they're horrible.
What does?
It's conditional rules. It sucks.
I remember I played at my local store. I played against a guy who is fanatical about the Space Wolves. Every time there's a new edition, he starts a new Space Wolves army, and he's usually a really good player. It's usually a really good fight between him and my Custodes. And I wiped the floor with him when we went to 10th edition. I'm like, what's the problem, man? It's my rules just suck.
Found the Discord. Okay, so before I leave, I do have. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to replace the link again. Don't worry, I got this. Hold on. It does this every time. Give me a sec. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at anyone. I'm mad at the stupid link. Give me one moment. I have to replace it. Don't go anywhere. I got you. I got you, homie. I'll tell you right away here when it's ready to go. I swear to God, I'm setting it for no limits.
Let the hate flow through you.
I'm going to set it for 7 days. Let's try that. I'm going to set it for 7 days, and I'll set a reminder in my phone. Okay, try it now. Try the Discord link now. If you want to find my Discord, it's on my link tree, which is on my TikTok. But if you are not on my YouTube and Twitch, please consider going to subscribing and following that. If you want to join the Discord allows you to know when videos are coming out, what I'm doing, when I'm streaming, all that kind of stuff. I alert everybody on the Discord. Discord gets everything, gets the alerts first. Period. It also, you have to wait a week in the Discord if you want to come chat in the voice chat. It's a security precaution. But after a week, you can request the role that allows you to join in the voice chat. But there are rules for it.
Mainly, just don't be an asshole.
Mainly, don't be an asshole. But yeah, it's working now. I hope. Let's see if it starts working. Still not working.
Quote, it costs you nothing to be kind.
What the fuck? It's not working?
Try refreshing the page.
Yeah, you might have to refresh the page. Because someone else just joined.
Yeah, it might be showing you the old link and you have to refresh it.
Yeah, you might have to refresh the page. Working. See?
One debt to society later.
Oh, and to answer that question in your chat on YouTube, because Perpetual Gene is really stupid rare.
One debt to society
You're more likely
later.
to actually find a blank than a Perpetual.
No, you will find a blank before you find a Perpetual.
I am so happy that I promoted Shadow to...
One debt to society later.
Cowlings, thanks for all the gifted subs. My god, thank you. Hello from the United
nice.
Kingdom. Jolly ho, good sir. From
One
Canada.
debt to society later.
It might just be broken for me because it keeps saying action can't be completed.
One debt to society later.
Give me 1 second, launch here.
Congratulations to my favorite hat.
Just 1 second. Give me 1 moment. I will do a thing because it's being stupid. 1 moment.
Why am I so tired?
Because we've been talking for 4 hours.
It hasn't been Jesus. It has been 4 hours.
What? Man, this daylight saving time got me fucked up. I did not realize it's 7 o'clock.
Why can't I find... There you are. Well, bam. There you go. Try that. Try that. Because as a gal getting into the 40k, you seem really nice. We support all who want to join in 40k. We support all. Just don't be a fucking asshole. Like, that's
Really
the
not that
rule.
hard.
It's not that hard. Like, guys, it is not hard to not be racist, sexist, or homophobic. It is literally just don't be a dick.
Yeah.
You actually have to try.
If you want to discuss somebody with something because they have a different opinion than you, go ahead. Just don't start screaming at them with racial slurs. Attack the argument, not the person.
Yeah. Like 40k arguments can get heated. I have a friend. We talk about 40k all the time. I have gotten very angry and attacked every one of his arguments with the same viciousness that a honey badger attacks a snake with. I still call him a friend, and I will still go to him and apologize for how rude I was.
Sai, you can't have a role. I'm sorry. Read the rules. But yeah, hey announcer, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. We're having a good day. Like, I was very productive today. I got shit done. I didn't just sit around and do nothing.
Man, we got a good stream. which means
Rocket
we got
Lawn
good
Chair,
news.
I DM'd you on TikTok. The join code. I sent you an invite link in a private DM. We don't know if the Emperor partook in World War I or Vietnam.
No, he probably did.
Rock Lawn Chair, thanks for the follow. Like I said, I just sent you a invite code to the DM. Because, like, you aren't the first person to be having these problems, and I might just have to do that from now on, which sucks that I have to go hunting for people that want to join in because the link doesn't want to work! Glad I found your channel. It's nice to see more people call it Chudhammer, especially as a woman in this fandom. Nickel Pickle. Hehe, funny. Okay, I'm over here now, but I might have to deadass restart my phone because it's all broken for me. Ah, shit. I'm sorry.
Everything's breaking.
Everything is breaking. Everything is bad when you're part of a team.
No, don't you put that song in my head, damn you. No.
Everything is broken!
No. Bad
Hey,
boss.
hey, allow me to replace that song with something else. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo.
That's me.
You get 2 options, man. You get 2 options. What's stuck in your head all day?
No! 99, thanks for the
One
sub!
event to society later.
Thank you very much. Are Legion of the Damned Demons of the Emperor? They are confirmed to be warp beings, yes. I'm struggling to get started painting as I feel like I mess up. Does this happen to you?
Later.
Yes! Oh my god, before we leave, if you are wanting to get into Warhammer 40k and start painting your models, your first is always gonna suck! Your
Like
second
your
will
first
be
kid.
better than your first.
One
Your
event
third will be
to
better than your
society
second.
later.
The more you paint, the better you get. Except that mistakes are gonna happen. You are not Picasso.
Also,
Do not
One
compare
event to
yourselves
society
to the
later.
studio models that you see in the books. That is impossible.
Picasso even had to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Also, another important note. Do not think that if you try airbrush, it's
One
going to look
bit
bad.
to
No, airbrush
society
can look
later.
great. You need to find the medium that is most comfortable for you and just practice the crap out of it. And once you're comfortable with that medium, if you want to expand, slowly expand.
You will learn.
One
You
event
will
to
learn.
society later.
Also, remember, everyone thought Picasso sucked until long after his death.
Yes.
So,
Oh my god, thanks for all the
Such
tier
a-
subs, my guy. Holy shit. But yeah, like, for the love of God, you are perfectly fine. Yeah, it's gonna look terrible. What doesn't? My first model is shit. Before we leave, to all the newcomers and everybody, I'm gonna show you my painting history. I am willing to do this each and every time. Because I want to nail this into people's fucking skulls. I want everybody to understand something here. You are
It's
going to
okay to
see
suck at first.
my first model I ever painted. Uncensored. One sec. I'm gonna bring you all over here. I'm gonna let you all see this.
Look up
Oh.
Blob Marine.
Oh, wait. No, I have important information if you're starting to paint. The most important lesson you can ever receive: thin your paints.
Look! Bask! Bask in how horrible this is! This was my first! Oh, God! He's horrible! Look at him! It's terrible! No thin paints, no nothing, just slapped on there.
Yeah, the best advice I could ever give if you're starting out is just thin your paints.
And it
Trust me.
slowly gets better over time. The metal model is not mine. I do not take credit for this. But these two, I painted these two. Getting a little better. Getting a little better. I'm sorry for the image quality. My phone quality sucks. But, like, getting better. I finally figured out what oils are. Thank God. But then I sat my ass down and I took my time.
Ooh, that's really good, boss.
Also, one of my pieces of advice is like if your hands shake like I do, because a lifetime in the military, I paint mine while still on the sprue and then touch it up once it's assembled.
Exactly.
It helps a lot. It helps a lot
Building as
because
you paint is so good. Oh my god, I did it with my Arimon model. I can actually show you guys in a second here. So, this was the first model I took seriously. That I actually sat down and said, nope, I'm going to do my best.
Who is
Look
that?
at that. That's Agdrax Agatone of the third company of the Salamanders. I think third or fourth. I don't remember. Either way.
Oh, the cool one. I know him.
At first, this was the best I could do. But then I kept doing it. I kept going. This was a Crisis suit that I painted. This is the Dark Reaper Aspect Lord that I painted. Look at that. This is a Thousand Sun Rubric Sorcerer I painted. And yes, he does have a Space Wolf sword, because fuck you! This was my Land Raider Spartan that I painted. Look how clean that is. Look how fucking clean that is. Oh my god, I was so proud of how clean that came out. Thank you for the donation. Then, I moved on to smaller models. Sisters of Battle. This is my Kurdic Canoness. There's a little bit of an error here. There's like red somewhere. You can see like that little red splotch there. That's okay. That's fine. Errors happen. You don't notice them till it's done. This was an 18-hour rush job. I challenged myself to paint this Avatar of Khaine as a Ynnari Avatar of Khaine as my brother asked for it. And there was a painting contest that we took part in. He wanted it for that. So I got that motherfucker done as fast as humanly possible, and that's how he turned out.
Really good.
For something that
Well,
looks
18
undead,
hours.
hell yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I'm still amazed with myself that I got this done in 18 hours. And then this is my modern chapter of Space Marines. My modern chapter. That's my modern chapter of Space Marines that I do. And then, where are you? Where are you, Arimon? Fuck. Get over here. This is Arimon. This was the most recent model I painted. This is the model that I painted as I built. When his parts weren't painted, I did not glue them on. I did not build him. He was painted in individual parts and then brought together. This is how good I got. And you beautiful bastards, you beautiful bitches, you beautiful non-binary hoes, you too can be this fucking good. You can get even better than this. There are people that are so much fucking better than I am by a country fucking mile. Where are you, sir?
There's a guy who painted RGB Marines, and it actually looks like they're glowing. Like, oh
yeah,
my god!
no.
I am friends
Don't look at the,
with
like, the
this
super
guy.
important stuff.
The guy
Don't
who
look at the-
painted the Pride Marines.
Don't
Look
the
at how
professional
clean
and
these
think-
motherfuckers are.
Don't look at the professional models and think you have to be that from the beginning. No, it's an improvement. Every professional artist you see started not thinning his paints and making it and with a terrible piece. No one starts out perfect. No human starts out doing it perfectly. And the maybe 0.1% chance it happens is a fluke. Because I guarantee you his next one's not going to come out as good.
The most famous painter that GW ever had. You want to see what his first model looked like? You're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh at it. But
Oh, is it Blob Marine?
But he posted this to tell people your first is always going to be awful. So I'm gonna prepare you.
Blob Marine, isn't it?
It's terrible. It's god awful. He cringes every time he looks at it. But this is where he started.
It's always good to keep your first model too, to remind you, if for no other reason, to remind you where you started to compare to where you are now.
Exactly.
Blob
Look
Marine.
at this fucking monstrosity. This atrocity of the Emperor. like, oh my god. This was Duncan's first model. He does painting tutorials for GW.
Like, yeah, no, that's a perfect example. And never look back at your first edition and think, God, I was so terrible. Look at your first, and then find your most recent model and say, look how I've improved.
My biggest army is orcs. I own orcs, but yeah, no, this is, you need to understand.
There is a valid argument for sitting here and going, no, I'm improving, and talking yourself up like that.
You will always be your own worst fucking critic. Just like I am. Just like with my videos, just like how I'm doing everything, I am my own worst critic. You are always going to be your own worst critic, no matter what. And that is okay. Just remember that you do not have to compare yourself to anyone. Your painting is your painting. Your pace is your pace. You learn at your pace, and that's perfectly fine. Do not ever say that you suck and you can't do it. You can. Just like how I said I can't do content creation. I can't do this. I did. I learned how to do it. I can't do painting. I did. I learned how to do it. Yeah, it's slow. It takes time and it takes patience. But guess what? Riding a bike, learning to swim, also takes patience. You don't give up when you fall. You don't give up when you get a backstroke wrong.
I mean, my parents just kind of threw me in the pool, so
I was luckier, I guess. But anyway, you can do it no matter what. Pick the colors that you want. Paint your fucking army. Do it. It is extremely relaxing and it is extremely rewarding. Even if they come out looking like the Blob. You did it. And you're going to keep doing it. Because you will get better with time. And if it's not for you, if you don't like painting, that's perfectly fine too. That doesn't say anything about your character. You're not any less of a fan than me. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, plenty of people just don't have the time or the patience to paint. That's perfectly fine.
or they just simply don't like it.
Or they simply don't like sitting there for hours on end doing the...
Yeah, that's fine.
If you, that's perfectly fine to be like, I don't want to paint, I don't have the patience for it or the time for it. And if you have the money to like hire someone professionally to paint your models, don't feel ashamed of that either. If you have the money but you don't have the time, there is no shame in being contacting a professional. Be like, hey, can you paint this army? I'm gonna.
No, not even that. Not even that. If all you like to do is sit and read the books, more power to you. And you're just as much as a fan as I am.
So, please, never say that your painting is garbage. Yeah, it's going to be bad. Everyone is. Everyone starts out bad because it's the first time they're doing it. You're not perfect. And you're never going to be perfect, and that's okay.
And it's okay to look back at your first model and kind of laugh and go, man, what was I thinking? I didn't thin my paints. This looks terrible. And laugh about it.
Exactly.
Because it's humbling, and that's what people need. When you're not humble, you're Icarus, and you fall into the ocean.
And trust me, there are going to be models that are easier to paint than others. Necrons, one of the easiest fucking armies to paint. Just pick a metallic color. Oh my god.
Pick a metallic color, and then accent with a little bit of green, and congratulations, you painted a Necron.
Or accent with a different color. It's literally that easy. Space Marines, also one of the easiest armies to like learn how to paint on. They are intentionally designed in the way that they are to make painting easier. In fact, there's actually a little detail that they put on the Primaris models that no one noticed until way later. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you this.
Oh, even Custodes, like when you look at Custodes, they can be as simple or as complicated as you want to make them. You can paint them all gold, throw in a red cloak, and be done. Or you can be like me and hate yourself and want to do Solar Wardens. Or Solar Watch is what they're called now.
So
and have to paint all the small little details gold.
trying to find an unpainted model for them. Ah, no, that's 3D printed. Son of a bitch. Ah, fuck. Okay, so on Primaris Marine models, like the regular like intercessors, there's this little line, like this little line. It looks like a tiny little cut when on the legs and on the shoulders. It goes away when you paint over it. Like, it's gone when you paint over it. It just fills in because it's such a light cut. But you want to know why those lines are there? It's to help with color patterns like those half and half Marine chapters you see. It's there for that. They are already designing the models to help you learn how to paint. And that is incredible.
Yeah.
But
Because it's those little things that people will notice and go, "Oh, that's really good," and it basically costs GW nothing to do it, but makes it easier, which means they get more people into it, which means more people start spreading it, which means they make more money.
Yeah, any model is going to be as complicated or as simple as you make it.
Exactly.
And yeah, sometimes some models are a lot harder. God help you if you decide to like paint a Lamenter's army and do their checkerboard. I salute you for your bravery.
Trust me, the people that paint the people that painted the Lamenters for Forge World, they're like, I fucking hate you for choosing that.
Yeah.
Professionals.
Or if you're painting white scars and like, or one of those factions that have like a clean white color, because if you paint professionally, you know white's one of those colors that doesn't like to come out clean.
White, pink, orange, horrible colors to work with. Added yellow onto that. Sorry. And before we leave, I'm sorry, I do have to cut this off. I'm gonna read this one thing quick because like they paid for it. I'm likely gonna start my journey with the Space Marine 2. I'm a video gamer, and maybe in the future I'll start reading the books and building armies. Fucking aces. Fucking aces.
Yeah. Everyone starts somewhere.
But
I started with video essays. Like it's okay.
I started with the books.
And I started with the video games. But so tomorrow, do you have any advice for women and other minorities looking for in-person games? Are there things to look for? I don't look at me. I will never ever come close to understanding that problem because people just assume when I go to a store, I don't have to worry about that. I'm sorry. But the best advice that I can give as a TO, say that you're new and watch for the reaction. Say that you're new, watch for the reaction. If the immediate reaction isn't immediately helpful.
If they are immediately helpful or immediately happy,
that's a red flag.
To society later.
No good group or store will ever turn away someone new. Also, my God, thank you for the sub donations, my guy. Holy shit. But yeah, any Warhammer store is always a good place to go to. They are always happy to help new players. Look at your local gaming clubs and just take a look at the reviews quick. And then if you don't trust the reviews, just go in and listen. Listen to what's being said. Listen to what's being talked about. The best thing you can do is
listen. During a game night.
Yeah. And you are going to get some... If you're going down to a club, there are people that are going to stare. Like, they're going to go... And there are going to be the weirdos that go like... There are those weirdos. I'm sorry.
A woman.
It's literally a roll of the dice, and there's nothing else that I can suggest. But, like, if you were here, where I live, I go out of my way to help new people wherever they can. But tomorrow, what's the poll looking like on the Discord? Hold on.
I think it's leaning towards Space Marine right now. Still, unfortunately.
Oh, it's neck and neck. We got 18-19.
Oh.
It's close. It's close.
Come on, guys.
Among Us, please. Let's get like more people to be able to play.
You know, I might do
Come on,
like an
guys.
all-day stream. I might just do an all-day stream tomorrow. And like we'll do like Space Marine for a bit, but like at night we'll like switch to Among Us with like a short break.
Because I gotta work tomorrow, but I gotta work a morning shift, so I'll happily join in on Among Us. I just love
I might
Among
do
Us is
that.
fun.
I might do that.
You have people who you can enjoy it with. Among Us is fun.
Yeah. This is why I'm pissed off about Space Marine 2. Why doesn't it have fucking group matchmaking? This sucks.
They are adding private lobbies.
Good. Hey, that's what's your favorite class? I play Bulwark and I suck in Tactical. But that's it for the stream tonight, everybody. Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
I'm an Ontarian. Hey, fellow Canadian. But
Have a good
damn,
night
did I
and a
join the
great
end of the stream?
weekend.
I'm sorry you did. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll debate on if I'm going to stream during the whole day or if I'm going to stream at night. So, but yeah, love you all so much. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the YouTube. Please subscribe to the Twitch. Join the Discord. Link is in the TikTok. I don't know if it works or not. It's been wacky. I hate it so much. But I'll be streaming tomorrow for sure. I don't stream Sundays. Sundays are my day. Fuck you. I need sleep.
Nothing wrong with deciding this is my day. I'm gonna sleep. Goodbye.
All right. Good night, everybody.